Broadcasting live from the heart of the Windy City, this is Mainframe Comic Con, with live appearances by David Arquette, from John Wick, Lance Reddick, actor and comedian Jeff Garland, from Lord of the Rings, John Noble. The stars of Netflix's Ozark, Lisa Emery and Jessica Francis Dukes. President of Trauma Entertainment, Mr. Lloyd Kaufman. Star of the upcoming film Dune, David Dastmalchian. From Netflix's Lost in Space, Maxwell Jenkins. Star of Fanboys and Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, Dan Fogler. A special Mad TV reunion with Mo Collins and Nicole Sullivan. Winona Earp star Tim Rosa. From Ash vs. Evil Dead, Ray Santiago and Dana De Lorenzo. And celebrity hosts Perry Nemiroff, Ken Navsock, and Robert Meyer Burnett. So stay home and nerd out. This is Mainframe Comic Con. Hello, fans. Welcome to Mainframe Comic Con 2.0, or as we have been lovingly calling it all weekend long, Mainframe 2 Electric Boogaloo. Over the next 4 hours, we are going to be live streaming to your living room, to your social device, 4 hours of celebrity content, celebrity Q&A panels with the top names in film, television, and comics. So if you would like to join in any of the fun, head on over to mainframecomiccon.com and you'll see a live chat button. You can enter into the live chat, ask some of these celebrities your favorite questions. I am being told the live chat button needs to be refreshed, so check back in about 5 minutes. We'll have that all worked out. While you're there, guys, you will see little donate buttons littered throughout the website. Mainframe Comic Con is a 100% for charity telethon. We're raising money for the COVID-19 relief initiative via direct charities, and as well giving money to the Hero Initiative, which helps out comic book creators in need. And while you're there, if you want a very special way to donate, if you want one of these cool Mainframe Comic Con Stay Home Nerd Out t-shirts, it's available on the shop. 100% of the proceeds raised from t-shirt sales is going to go directly to our charities. So head on over to the website, have a lot of fun, join in the chat. It's going to be an absolute blast. Here to help us introduce our first guest, who I believe is running just a tad late, but we've got, you know him from the Robservation Show, from the John Campea Network, the Viceroy of Verisimilitude. There he is, Mr. Robert Meyer Burnett. Rob,
well, Chuck,
how's it going?
Chuck, it's. I have to say, I love what you guys are doing. I love doing this. I feel so honored that you've called me back to do hosting duties and moderating duties, because I've talked to some phenomenal people, and I'm so looking forward to today's three guests that I get to talk to. And I can't tell you how excited I am to be here.
Well, you absolutely crushed it yesterday, guys. John Noble is going to be coming on. You know him from the show Fringe. The guy has an IMDb a mile long. He's done everything. So you're going to be sitting down with John Noble in just a second, as soon as he gets into the video chat. You're also going to be sitting down with the cast of Ozark right after that.
Oh, and what a season 3 of Ozark was.
It was amazing.
My God. And I mean, Mrs. Snell, one of the great villainesses, perhaps in TV history, who took it up a notch. Wow. And it's funny, with both Jessica Francis Dukes and Lisa Emery were both on why am I drawing a blank on this? On Jessica Jones.
Jessica Jones.
Both of them were. And then Lisa Emery was on Fringe that John Noble was on. Yeah.
Oh my God. We are verisimilitude.
Yeah. And all this.
The planets are aligning here.
They are aligning. And, it's great that you're able to get these guests, and everyone's happy to be here. And it's just a lot of fun.
Yeah, we're
It's a
having
lot
a
of fun.
blast. We're still waiting for Mr. John Noble to get in the backstage area. But what are some of your highlights from yesterday's broadcast? You did the Lord's work with a couple of panels.
I have to tell you, I was so impressed with Lost in Space's Maxwell Jenkins. I mean, when I read about him and how he started performing in the circus, that his father was a circus performer, and he started performing when he was 3. I was like, that's crazy. And what a great kid. Very smart. He's a huge sci-fi nerd, as well as being on, I think, one of the great science fiction shows that we have running now. And I love Lost in Space. I really think his performance is at the heart of that show. And it was really delightful meeting him.
He was
You
the
know,
heart and soul of Lost in Space, and you couldn't have timed that out better. Because right before you went on air with Maxwell Jenkins from Lost in Space, the SpaceX rocket, the Dragon, hit the skies, and we sent Americans to space for the first time in a long time. Timed that out perfectly.
and he was watching it too.
Oh, that was
So,
funny. He said, "Oh, I had to put down my iPad so I could jump on the show."
it was so. I mean, here Americans returned to space for the first time from American soil in 9 years, and then I get to talk to Will Robinson, of the Robinson clan, who have also been, well, they've been lost in space now for years, but it was great to talk to him. And also, look, I mean, David and Lloyd Kaufman, for
What a great panel.
David obviously couldn't say anything, but he's playing Piter de Vries in Dune.
Yeah.
And he's an actor who he was in Prisoners, he was in Blade Runner 2049, and now he's in Dune playing. He's following up Brad Dourif's role. Brad Dourif originated that role back in David Lynch's Dune, and it was just great. I mean, they're hilarious together, and I'm sure you're gonna have a great time today with them doing their cosplay thing, introducing that new Dark Horse comic.
That is going to be so much fun. We got so many entries dressed up, and they sent us photos. Some of them were crazier than others, but the ones that David hand selected are top notch. That's later on in the day.
He's hilarious too. I mean, a filmmaker, an actor, a writer. What a talent! And those guys were so much fun to talk to about filmmaking and all that. And it's Lloyd never ceases to just, the guy's hilarious. And
go ahead.
Oh, he's got such a, if you look at his filmography and what he's done, I mean, a lot of people laugh when they hear the name Troma, but he was making independent movies back in the early 70s. And he's really seen how Hollywood has completely changed over the last, 5 decades almost. And he's still out there crushing it. So
Lloyd is the power behind the throne. I mean, but he's done it all on his own merits.
Yeah.
He does it his way and unapologetically.
No,
he to him last time you were on the show about how he actually loaned his editing equipment to have the Rocky movie made.
It was just, and we found out yesterday that a young female documentarian needed help finishing her film, and he did the same thing. He's like, come in and use my edit bay. So he's still, after all this time, helping out young emerging filmmakers. Obviously, James Gunn really got his start filmmaking on things like Tromeo and Juliet, and now look, he put Lloyd Kaufman in Guardians of the Galaxy for a brief cameo appearance, and
Which I didn't notice for the longest time, and I was rewatching it like last year. I'm like, oh my god, that's Lloyd up on that balcony there,
up on the balcony. And Lloyd said, if you want to put him in a movie, he'll pay his own, it'll on his own dime. He'll fly wherever you want him to go. So there you go. If you want a great crazy character actor for your movie, Lloyd Kaufman is your man. So, and I really think what you guys are doing here, look, as America falls apart outside, at least here on the Mainframe Comic Con, you guys are raising money for a great cause and putting smiles on everyone's faces. And it's what a joy this is. I feel so privileged that you've asked me to participate. So
anytime. Like I said, we're still waiting for Mr. Noble to get on, but I mean, basically Mainframe was spawned from this forced stay-at-home initiative that we're all living in right now. I think what sets us apart is that it's totally free for fans.
Right.
You can tune in, you can watch it free of charge. All we ask, we do have that donate button on the website, so you can click it and give what you can, but there's no requirement. You can just watch it, you can join in the chat, and people are loving it, man. We're having such a blast doing it.
Yeah, I mean, I found the whole thing to be tremendous, and you guys are really doing. The production value is great, and and you've really taken advantage of the technology. I mean, now the whole world within the space of a few months has now changed in terms of moving online, whether classes are being taught and businesses are having their meetings and everyone's working remotely. You guys have really jumped in. I mean, there is no San Diego Comic Con this year. I've gone every year this would have been my 32nd Comic Con in San Diego and in a row, and it's not happening. And you guys have come in and sort of filled that void really nicely, and it's been a joy to be a part of. It really has. And your guests.
Oh yeah, I mean
that's
I gotta tip my hat to everybody who has been donating their time. All the celebrity guests that we've been having on Mainframe Comic Con are generously donating their time out of the kindness of their hearts, just to take part in the relief effort. Because I mean, like you always say on your show, it's not show friends, it's show business. And
that's right.
You want people to get paid, but everybody's stuck at home, and they're like, you know what? Yeah, I'll join in and have some fun with you guys online with the fans, because it's truly a fan event. That's what Mainframe is. And celebrities, people forget, they're big fans just like everybody else. I mean, yourself included. We consider you top tier celebrity here at Mainframe. And you nerd out with the best of them,
Oh, man. Well, the funny thing is, I mean, the story of my life is I've tried to maintain a professional career in the industry, but at the same time, I'm an uber nerd, and it is like, I think about John Noble coming on. I mean, John Noble followed up Orson Welles as the voice of Unicron in the Transformers, Orson Welles was Unicron in the Transformers movie back in the 80s. And John Noble now has been the voice of Unicron on the series that we've seen over the last, decade. It's just amazing. And I love the fact that a guy like John Noble as an actor, he was a consummate theater guy. And he directed over 80 plays. He had a theater company in Australia for 10 years that he was the head of. And then he came into movies and sort of TV later. And he shows up and he plays the Steward of Gondor. He plays Denethor. And like over the last 20 years, he's been doing all of these incredible genre things that people that would watch the Mainframe Comic Con or go to San Diego would love. Walter Bishop in Fringe. Yeah. He played the Scarecrow in a Batman video game. He's been on The Blacklist. He's been on Sherlock? No, it's not Sherlock. He's Elementary. And he's just been doing all of these fan favorite shows. So he's become, and one of the things I want to ask him, he's become beloved around the Comic-Con crowd. Anybody who loves science fiction, fantasy, and horror, I like to call everybody imagination connoisseurs. I mean, John Noble has like crushed it across every one of those levels, and what is that like for someone like him? He was working in the theater, and now he can't, if he were to go to Comic-Con, he couldn't walk 2 feet without being stopped by somebody talking about, I loved you in this, or I loved you as Jonathan Crane, or I loved you. I mean,
it's never the same. It's never the same thing.
No, it's never.
He's been doing it for so long. And like you said, his career taps into so many facets of the fandom community, from television to film, to literature, to live on stage performances.
Yeah, I mean, he's shooting a show now that I'm really interested in called Home Invasion, where he plays a character, get this, named Buck Murdoch. It sounds like a character from Airplane. But he plays Buck Murdoch, and apparently these criminals break into a house Home Alone style, but it turns out there's like an alien invasion at the same time. I'm like, I'll watch that.
Well, he will be on soon. I see our directors in the backstage just getting him on right now. So guys, while we wait for Mr. Noble, just want to recap some of the more amazing panels we did. You were talking about Lloyd Kaufman. People don't realize this. If you want to be in the next Troma film, you can actually, they're running a contest now. If you go to Troma, I believe it's Troma.com or TromaEntertainment.com. If you film, his new movie is called # Shakespeare Shitstorm, but to help promote it, if you go to their website, he's inviting fans to shoot their own short little promo video, like a little commercial for Troma. It can be anything you want. It can be bloody. It could be however you want to do it. So you film your own little 30-second, 1-minute video clip, send it into them, and they're going to run a contest that gets you a guaranteed on-camera spot in the next Troma movie, whatever that Troma movie might be.
Amazing. Yeah, I mean, who wouldn't want to be in a Troma movie? Look at that legacy.
I know.
Sergeant we were watching Kabuki Man, NYPD.
I mean, Hell Comes to Frogtown. Was that
with Rowdy Roddy Piper?
Yeah, man. So that was great. And just like you said, after the John Noble panel, we're going to be sitting down with the cast of the Ozark. We've got just some amazing guys. We got Tim Rosen coming on later on today, who you know from Winona Earp. He was on Schitt's Creek. He played much shit on Schitt's Creek. We got the cosplay contest coming on later on in the day. Just tons of great stuff. I mean,
Yeah.
we're feverishly excited to kick off Mainframe and all their guests. So,
Yeah, no,
Rob, as we wait on, is there anything you can? How are you dealing with social quarantine right now?
Well, you know, I've been basically working. Besides doing multiple shows on YouTube, I also, to plug my own stuff, I produced a horror film back in the late aughts that came out in 2009. Joel Silver, Die Hard, Lethal Weapon. Joel Silver was our executive producer, called The Hills Run Red. And during this time,
Rob, I hate to cut you off, but
John
we just got John in the live chat, so I'm going to go ahead and step out. We had one super fan that wanted to say hi. This is Walter. This is Walter Bishop. I swear to God, his name is Walter Bishop.
I know, I believe you.
So, John, our cat just wanted to say hello. I'm going to let you and Rob have it. Sorry, we're running a little bit late. So, thanks for being on Mainframe. You guys have fun.
Oh, well, pleasure. I'm sorry I thought it was half an hour later. So
no worry, John. I was talking. I was giving you a very long, protracted introduction, but basically, in a nutshell, I was talking about that since you were the steward of Gondor over the last 20 years, you, sir, have become a fan favorite, playing everyone from Jonathan Crane in one of the Arkham video games to being on shows like Elementary and all the beloved Walter Bishop on Fringe. And I've got to say, I said this, and I wanted you to hear it again, but what other man could ever follow up the great Orson Welles to do the voice of Unicron besides you, sir? It's wonderful to have you here. And I wanted to start out sort of when I was growing up, I was amazed at the amazing creativity that was coming out of Australia in the 70s and the late 70s and early 80s. Music, film. You had Peter Weir making things like From the Cars That Ate Paris to Picnic at Hanging Rock. Movies like Stone. George Miller doing the Mad Max and Mad Max 2, which we know as The Road Warrior. But you were running a theater company, and I was wondering, was there just an amazing... Was the creativity covering all facets of culture in Australia? Did you, running a theater company, did you feel that same kind of energy that was going on in music and movies? And what was it about that time in Australia?
Well, it was a time for two things. One is that the babies of the newborn, what do they call them, the boomers,
right,
born after the war, and given many opportunities, came of age. So you had a lot of smart young men and women running around the place wanting to express and do it their own way.
Right.
And that was a key factor in it. Very much a key factor. The atmosphere was good. Australia was healthy and wealthy. And I came from South Australia, which was the most generous state in terms of looking after theatre and other stuff. So everything was there at that time. It all collapsed later, financially, of course.
Yeah.
But with the film, so that's theatre. With film, it was there was an income tax provision that said if you invested in a film, you could get twice what you invested back as a tax deduction.
Wow.
And that was a huge incentive. And so, of course, the films kept pouring out. There were some brilliant ones, some rotten ones.
Yeah.
Absolutely stunning ones, because that was what was happening. And you mentioned those great directors like Peter Weir and and Australia's produced a lot of actors as well. So it was just a golden time that fell apart in the 80s, as many things did fall apart in the 80s.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Now, did you always want to be an actor when you were young? Were you aspiring to act, or was that something you? How did you get into acting?
You think? No, I didn't. I didn't aspire to act. I didn't know you could become an actor. I was a country kid. I had no idea that you. I mean, what I thought about it, we'd go to the matinees on Saturday at the movies, and we'd see American Cowboy and serials and stuff, and that was my view of culture. And so, I was just thinking about that. Well, just repeat the question, please, because I got lost in my own thoughts then.
Well, you were a country kid. How did you start in plays, or how did that happen?
Okay, I've got it now. Okay, well, I didn't know. My mum was a very gifted pianist, and so it wasn't. But it wasn't. We didn't live in a house of culture. They were very lovely people, and very classy people, really, but not cultural. So I came. Then I was sent to boarding school for a couple of years, and that was a shock. And then off to university, where someone said, "My God, you got a voice to die for," and put me in charge, or put some people in touch with me, and immediately I went into a really fantastic community theatre company that I loved, and I still love. It's about long gone now. It was called South Australian Creative Workshops, and did some amazing work. And I then launched with another fella the stage company, which was our company,
Right.
which was tremendously successful until the collapse of this financial collapse in the 80s. I remember I was in 86, I think. I had a show in London. I was doing a director play for the West End, and so I was away for a while, and we also had a show, One Hander coming to America. We had a show on the road. This is a little tiny theatre company, only 3 people. We were having a great time. And but when I got back, one of the executives from the funding bodies took me out to lunch and congratulated me. He said, "Did you get any offers for work in London?" I said, "Oh, yeah." He said, "You should have taken it, mate." That's ominous. And so what happened? This whole thing did collapse. I think I was the last one standing. Jesus,
Wow.
I fought hard. But this is an interesting story. Let me just say. So the Premier, the boss of South Australia, John Bannon, was also Minister for the Arts, and he called me into his office. It was about 6:30 or 7 in the morning, and he sat there very solemn, and he told me the story about what's happened at the funding. And he was a great fan of my company. He was telling me with tears in his eyes, and I had tears in my eyes. We couldn't do anything about it. Amazing. Yeah.
Well, I would be remiss. I mean, one of the things that I think over the last, couple decades is you have found yourself in very popular genre shows, whether they're science fiction, fantasy, a little bit of horror, and I don't know if were you a fan of the genre sci-fi, fantasy, and horror growing up?
No, not particularly. I don't know. I don't think I was a fan of anything, mate.
Well,
I really don't. I just sort of had this lovely.
When you tell us the story of how, well, one, had you read Lord of the Rings, and how did you get a call? Obviously, to get involved, it has to be.
Yeah, let me be very honest here. I hadn't read it, and I wasn't alone in that. But then I was in Australia at the time, and my agent got a call and said, "Oh." There was a backstory before that too, which is very interesting. Got a call and say, there's this show, Lord of the Rings. Peter Jackson is doing it. They want to look at you for something, and I said, "Oh, all right." I mean, I didn't think too much about it, but I went and did this audition, and it was for the role of Denethor, and I basically nailed the audition. I know that, and I read. Then they contacted several months later and said, "Peter's coming over here. Would you do that Denethor again, but also do Saruman?"
Really?
Yeah, so I auditioned for both of those. Of course, Chris got Saruman, which was perfect casting.
Yeah.
And I mean, I assumed I wouldn't get it. I thought they were looking for film stars, but they weren't. He was looking for actors, and there's a lot of theatre actors in that cast, as against Hollywood stars. So it was a brilliant. Thank you, Peter Jackson. Apparently they just kept coming back and looking at it because they didn't know me, and saying, "Yeah, this is it." That's the story I got later.
Well, it's so I have to say that your performance as Denethor is one for the ages. I mean, not exactly a great father, perhaps not a good steward of Gondor, but your performance as that character is incredible, and it was so great to see that when they did the extended version of Two Towers, that you got to have more to do, that you weren't in the film, and then they put you back in that film in that great flashback scene. When you were working on Lord of the Rings, did you know that it was going to wind up being the worldwide phenomenon, and to this day, one of the most beloved trilogies ever made? Could you feel that when you were working on it?
Look, I'll tell you what I felt. When I wasn't ignorant. I knew how successful Lord of the Rings as a book was, and how many people read it. I just didn't. But going into it, what the first thing that struck me was that Peter Jackson had raised the bar so high for himself, and everyone else went with it, and that was right across the board. that we were inspired by that man. At that time, that was his golden time. He was brilliant, really brilliant at that stage. With Andrew Leslie, his DP is now dead, unfortunately.
Yeah.
And you know, he was so on top of it, and he'd worked. And there's a great story about how he actually got it up and what he went through to finally get it. But he did, and he was phenomenal as a director and as a leader. And we all just wanted to do the best, and we did. People just climbed up another level, right across. I remember sitting in a big room with John Rhys Davies once, you know, all the actors, and he said, "Oh, this may be the finest collection of actors I've ever seen." And mind you, he's looking around Ian McKellen and all these fellas. So there was a very good atmosphere. We were very invested in it.
Well, now, because you were in that film, and now that you've been in things like Fringe and done video games and been a voice on Transformers, and you've become beloved in a fan community that is very vocal, very fervent, they love this stuff, and that you agreed to be on this Mainframe Comic Con. Thank you very much, by the way.
My pleasure,
You've been to the San Diego Comic Con. You've seen it all firsthand. What is it like for you to have become a fan favorite? And what's it like when you meet your fans and you feel the love coming from everybody? Well, is it a weird thing for somebody who grew up as somebody who didn't even want to be an actor when you were a kid?
The second question first about the fans. As you probably know, I love the fans, and I'm also aware of the fact that our success depends on their response to us. You know, we don't go anywhere. We got the 5th season of Fringe because of the fans. There's no question.
Right.
Yep, absolutely. And so I go to the conferences whenever I can and talk to people, and I really enjoy it. I'm not just saying that. I mean, there's money there as well. I love it, and connecting with people, and it's very touching. So the first bit, then, what was that again? The first question was
well, just that you've become part of that community, and you have been very active in the community, and at Comic Con, you're very generous of your time. I mean, there's 135,000 people a day. It could be overwhelming for some, you know.
Comic Con is a weird phenomenon. I have to tell you, I went to about 6 of them, and it's, as you said, it's massive crowds there.
Yeah,
we went officially, so we weren't doing signings or anything. We were just being rushed around from interview to interview and all. But it was insane. And but to me, it was just I sort of took it on board and thought, oh yeah, interesting. I don't take it personally because it's not personal. It's not John Noble. It's what I represent, and so you know, I don't get too excited about. Oh my God, I'm a legend.
Yeah, but we do.
Yeah,
we fans do.
And I do. I really. I'm very honestly very touched with the stories that people have told me. And I'm doing these things called cameos at present, where people write and get a message and pay a bit of money.
Right.
And oh my God, it's all about Rings and Fringe, and they are also fans. It's pretty unadulterated, I think, the love, and it goes back the other way too. I mean, it's just pretty pure thing.
Well, when you got, again, Fringe has a huge fan base. I know people that were obsessed with that show. I mean, literally obsessed when it was on, over every little detail. And I think that the heart and soul of that show, not to take away anything from anyone else, but you were the heart and soul of that show. And I think it was the perfect bit of casting, riding on the success of Lord of the Rings. They got you, and you made that show what it was. And what was that like? I mean, like you said, 5th season because of the fans, but that was a really innovative, very interesting show that was incredibly well done. How did you find yourself involved in it? Did you get a call? Did you have to put yourself on tape like Denethor?
Yeah, well, look, it is an interesting and unusual story, so it's worth telling. Normally, getting cast into any of these shows is a long process of callbacks.
Right.
In the end of the year before, I was in Los Angeles, just shopping, and my daughter, who's an actor, was there as well. And she said to me one day, "Dad, there's a fantastic show J.J. Abrams is doing, and it's perfect for you. Dad, get onto it." So I contacted my manager. I said, "Yeah, get onto this." But he came back and said, "Oh, no, you're too old for it." I can't do anything. So anyway, we went home to Australia, and we got a call. I got a call. "Please put down this tape for the show." And so Sam was with me, So she read against me. Olivia, she'd actually auditioned for it. And we put it down, and it was a fantastic scene. And I did it, and I knew I'd nailed it. I knew it. No question. I came into wife, and I said, "I'm going to get that role." And she looked at me, mate. I don't talk like that, you know. Anyway, they rang and said, "Yes, we don't need to see you at this stage." Then they said, "Oh, look, just come across for a couple of days in case anyone wants to meet you." So they put me up and they flew me over, put me up to London for a few days. They didn't want to see me, so it was most unusual to get cast all straight into it without any further discussions. Very unusual and a joy to do. And that gave me a lot of confidence also going into the show. So I was able to step up when people were nervous and anxious and show some leadership, I suppose.
There's in the live chat, Joshua Palace says that your work in The Mule and Fringe are totally top notch, that you're a brilliant actor, and cheers, John.
Oh, isn't that beautiful? The
Now,
Mule, he's for The Mule. That's not called The Mule anymore. There was another film.
Yeah, The Mule, the Clint Eastwood film.
Yeah. And
yeah,
Mule, which was, you're not going to compete against that. They changed it to something else. It was such fun to do, I have to tell you. I mean, seriously. He was, I don't know if you ever saw the film, but he was just a bad egg. but a different sort of bad egg, you know.
Yeah, you know, Clint Eastwood turns 90 years old today.
God, no.
He's 90 years old. He's still directing movies.
He's an extraordinary, you know, he's one of the actors talk a bit among themselves about directors they admire. And many of us say we would love to do a Clint Eastwood movie.
Right.
Because of the incredible respect that he has for actors, being one himself. But he does something. He never calls out action or anything like that. Never. He just waits, and you start when you're ready.
Yeah.
So different, man.
And he doesn't do a lot of takes either.
He doesn't do a lot of takes. I think he casts very carefully, and I think if you screw it up, it's accurate. I believe that. They'll all do that. Yeah.
Well, now let me ask you. You've done a lot of voiceover in video games and animation. Is that something that you enjoy as well?
Oh, I love it. I love it. It's different. Oh, okay. Well, yes, it's. I've always done it, but of late I've done the big shows like Batman and so forth.
Yeah.
I love it. I love being involved in the process because this is just one tiny part of it, and you know you've got your producers out there and all these other people sitting there, and then we were hooked up to London and they were sending through comments as I was doing stuff. So there's this madness going on, and so much of it to do. But it was exhausting, but we did it over a long time. I'm talking now about Batman. We did it over, oh golly, 12 months, 18 months, I think, in different sessions because they kept adding new material and so.
Yeah.
But well, I went to London with the opening of it. That was
fun. Now you've got a new show that I noticed called Home Invasion being made, and I was reading about this on the IMDb, and your character's name is Buck Murdoch, which makes me it just tickles me to death that you're playing a character named Buck Murdoch because that's hilarious. Home Invasion is it's Home Alone meets Close Encounters. Can you tell us anything about this show?
It's a Swedish company, production company. It was shot in Budapest, so we were in Hungary. I was an Australian actor that lives in America going to Hungary to do a play from Sweden. It was bizarre. But what they're trying to do is they're trying to tap into the very lucrative big markets. So it's done in English, and it started off with, look, it's fun. It is fun. I don't know much more about it than that, except I had some time in Budapest, which I hadn't been to before, so I love that. I don't know. There's a lot of integrity in that company. I'll wait and see as well.
Right. Is it strange to be an actor and, you know, you work on these things, you come in, you do your part, you leave, and sometimes you don't get to see the finished product for a year?
Mm-hmm.
Is that an odd thing for you as an actor that, you know, you don't know how it's going to turn out until, like, the first time you saw Return of the King, I would assume would be at the world premiere in Wellington when they take over the whole city. And was that the first time you saw Return of the King?
I saw it just before that. Peter put on for some of us, the showing that we hadn't seen it. So it was Sean Astin, me and some other actors there, and I watched it, and I thought it was astonishing I thought Sean Astin's performance was
Amazing.
Academy Award stuff, and I told him afterwards too. So in a sense, I was not so much overwhelmed by Denethor, although I liked the work he did. But the whole thing was just magnificent. These great actors doing great work.
I just can't imagine what it would be like having, been a part of that and then being able to sit down and actually watch it for the first time put together for people.
Yeah, I was working really hard at that stage, and I went to sleep in the first viewing of it. Don't tell anyone. That was that was a big Wellington number. We're all there, and as you said, the town turned out, and we were extraordinary. Motorcades and everything. And we went into the 3-hour session. I'm sitting here. I had one of my kids next to me. I said, Dad, wake up.
We won't tell anyone.
No, well, I've just told the world, but I had seen it a couple of days before anyway. And so it was extraordinary experience. Because then we went to LA for the opening, then we went to Berlin for an opening, then we went to London. It was just extraordinary.
Did you go to the Academy Awards?
Yes, sir.
What was that like? I mean, you guys swept?
11, yeah. Well, it was extraordinary. We were at a gathering. We went in, and so we were watching on television. And 1, 2, 3, 11. Eventually, it was just embarrassing almost. But there was a certain euphoria. Let me say that.
Yeah, I mean that was an incredible night for everybody. Have you been back? Have you gone back? Have you done any work over there since then? And have you seen gone back to Wellington?
Yeah, I have. I've done several projects there since Wellington. One in Wellington. One was a couple were Auckland based. I started one there last year. I don't even know if I can say the name, but I better not. Anyway, it was a crazy show. But then the lead actor had an injury, and they had to cancel for a period of 7 months or something or other because this lead actor damaged his leg. That's in the news. They can get that.
Right.
His name's John Cho, dear old John, and he damaged his leg very badly. 7 months off. So that stopped that.
Can I bring up what that is? Or I won't say the name, but let me ask you, because that is of a big. I think everybody watching the show is going to be very interested in that show. Mm-hmm. How do you think that's going to be?
The show,
without naming it.
Well,
because I'm very excited for that show.
Well, the thing that really set me off at first was the bloody music, the original music by the Japanese composer. Oh my God,
it's unbelievable.
And so she's working again with us, and using that. The production values I thought were fantastic. It's a buzz, man. It's a big, it's out there. And
wow, I'm very okay. I'm all giddy now. So we won't say what that is, but for those who know, you can find it out.
Well, but those who know, we're just waiting to see what happens, because then the virus came along and everything got cancelled. So what the company will do now, it's very difficult to know. Or if
right,
still be available and all that. I don't know.
Although New Zealand has done a great job tamping that virus down, it's pretty much gone from their shores. So they're going to open up. They open up production this week. So maybe. Which will be terrific. Were you going to go to Comic Con this year, to the San Diego Comic Con?
Someone asked me to. What was that about? Something came up recently. Oh yeah, yes. I've been booked to voice another thing, television series, and they want me to go to it. They wanted me to go to it.
Yeah, but can you say what that is or not?
No, I can't. Really.
Secrets upon secrets.
I don't think secrets, but by golly, if the publicity people get really pissed if you.
Yeah, no, of course.
Yeah.
I'm just nosy.
As you should be, my friend.
Well, I mean, I think what if you would look back at your whole career and what's happened. I mean, from somebody like you said, you went to boarding school, which was new for you, and then everything that's carried you. What advice could you give to younger aspiring actors that want to join this business? As I know we're out of time, but what could you say with everything that you've done and learned and seen? What would you say to young actors who are just starting out, what they can expect and what maybe they should concentrate on?
Well, you can go through all of that. It's pretty standard stuff, but the critical thing is something that's within us that we can bring out, and that's there's a bravery in acting, real bravery, because you act exposed. constantly exposing yourself. You're talking Denethor. You're looking at a part of John or Walter. That's part of me in there. So there's a fair investment in it and all. But no, I mean I know we finished, but all of this has been fantastic. These kids have got to find their goal and find a great teacher. I teach a lot, and I know the way I go about it. Others don't. They sort of sit around and criticise the students like they're kids at school. No. So, I mean, I think of success teaching. You've got to be inspired, and you've got to have it in here, because it's hard. It's hard.
Right.
The number of wonderfully qualified actors out of work at present is mesmerising. So,
well, listen, I guess our time is up, sir. But I want to thank you, John, very much for doing this. What an honor it's been to speak with you, sir.
Oh, mate, thank you. It's been a wonderful interview. I've enjoyed it very much. So, and congratulations, Mainframe. It's an amazing thing to do.
Thank you so much, John, and a very special thanks from my cat, Walter Bishop. Wanted to say thank you.
Thanks, Chuck. I've got other stories about people naming their dogs and cats Walter.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Chuck. Thank you, Robert. Enjoyed it.
Thank you so much.
Robert, I know there's someone waiting to talk to you. Guys, I know we're running a little bit behind, but we do have your next guest, one of your two next guests, queued up and ready to go. So if you're ready to rock.
I don't know which one of the two, but
we've got Jessica Francis Dukes is ready to talk.
Well, I can't wait. I mean, for those of you who have not been watching Ozark, Jessica Francis Dukes joined the third season. She also, along with Lisa Emery, who is obviously returning, this show is one of the best shows that you can watch, that you can see. And not only that, the female characters in this show are just crushing it. And Jessica plays an FBI agent who is basically, like all the other characters, finding themselves drawn deeper and deeper into hell. And so I am so honored to speak with her because, man, what an ensemble cast. What a great bunch of actors. What a great bunch of characters and writing everything. So please welcome Jessica Francis Dukes on to the show. It is my honor to speak with you this morning. Thank you so much for being here. We're not hearing you. Let's see.
There it is.
Now we got you.
I had you on mute because I was like, I don't know if they can hear me.
I mean, I got to tell you, you guys were killing it this year. And I think it's this was a show that I didn't watch at first. And my girlfriend watched the first season. She's like, you've got to watch the show. And then I became obsessed. And when the third season dropped, I mean, we were like waiting. We have to see it. And I've got to ask you, first of all, talk about how you got involved with this show. And do you think as an actress that this show is one of the best shows for actresses on TV? Because I can't believe the women characters in the show. They're the heart and soul of the show.
Yeah. I was a huge fan before even the audition even came along. So when the audition popped up in my email, I was just like, oh, okay. Because it's one of my favorite shows. And I binged it so many times. So I was just perfect. Because I think a lot of actors just binge it just because of the talent on the show, and the writers and everything. So I was a huge super fan. So then the audition came along and I jumped on it. But, like any audition, you don't know what's going to happen. And then a month later, I got a call and I was just like,
Well, I mean, you play this very by the book, buttoned up character that is not going to do anything wrong. You have to make sure because you're following up these people that bent the law. So you're on the straight and narrow. When you got involved with the show, I have heard, and I don't know if this is true, that Jason Bateman has done so much to keep the level of the show where it's at, and that he's obviously directed a lot of these episodes. And yet I'm always surprised that while the show does revolve around him, all the other peripheral characters, specifically the female characters, and like the relationship you had with his character on the show, has been amazing to watch. Mm-hmm. And what's it like working with him, and does he set the tone, and how does all that work, and I mean, talk a little bit about that, I guess.
Yeah, it's before I even got on set, I was talking to a friend and they were just like, it's one of the best places to work. And I was just like, oh, that's so cool. That's good to know. And they were just like, it starts at the top, though. You know, you can tell when you walk on set that Jason creates an atmosphere for people to, you know, just enjoy their day at work. You know what I mean?
Right.
And it's every single person loves to be there. And, you know, they're cracking jokes every 5 seconds. And you wouldn't think that, you know, judging by how, you know, serious the show is. But every take, I was cracking up. And it was just a wonderful, wonderful place to work. And one of my first scenes was with Laura Linney, and she was just like, you know, we mess up all the time. We have fun. You know, this is what we do. And I was just like, I'm home. This is great. So it really does start at the top. And Jason is just so generous, and he is such a think tank of amazing minds, and everybody really works together. So it's really awesome to watch.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, it really shows in the performances, and it shows in the show itself. And I think it's interesting that an actor does wield that kind of power who's also directing, and it's nice to see and to hear that, because I think that's the way all working in the industry should be.
Yeah.
You know, it shouldn't be. Now, let me ask you this: for you, as far as your character is concerned, I have in my own mind, I do believe that all of the characters are being led down to hell. Like, they literally, like, we don't know, but this show might all take place in purgatory. We just haven't seen that yet, because everybody gets drawn deeper and deeper into their own personal hells. Mm-hmm. And your character is primed. Like, I don't think a 4th season's been announced, has it?
Not yet.
Now, I could see that your character is also going straight to hell. I mean, you're in big trouble. You know, you're going to be, your soul is going to be corrupted.
She just trying to do a job, man. She's just trying to do a job.
Yeah, sure.
Everybody on there is trying to take care of what's theirs. You know, they're trying to take care of their family. They're trying to take care of their, you know, what they've done with their life. They're trying to take care of, you know, everything. They're thinking they're doing the right thing, you know. But yeah, it's a rabbit hole.
Now, do you have table reads? Do you just get the scripts? Is there any rehearsal time? You just get the scripts before you shoot?
Yeah, we get the scripts. We don't do a table read, but as soon as we get in there, we'll sit with whatever director is working on that particular episode. Maybe a writer's in the room, and then, you know, a couple of crew members, and we rehearse it really quickly before we start the takes. But no table read, just right in the fire.
So when you get a script, you like tear through it like, ooh, I can't wait to see what happens next.
Yeah, especially being such a huge fan of the show. Like, I was waiting just to, you know, because we were left with such a huge cliffhanger with season 2.
Right.
That when I got the scripts, I felt like I had this magical piece of candy that nobody else had. And I was just like, I get to know what happens next. And I just read it as a fan first, especially not being in the first 2 episodes. I was really just able to ingest it and be like, here we go. And little bit by little bit, we get the rest of the season. And then we got 7, 8, 9, and 10 all together. And I think I was up in my bed till 4 o'clock in the morning, just like, and I like jumped back in my bed. Like, when I got to the end, it was just, I have the same reactions that you guys have reading the scripts.
Oh, I mean, you talk about sticking the landing. I mean, season 3, what an end. Now, how long, from a production standpoint, how long do you guys shoot? Do you shoot in order? Do you shoot all episodes in order? And how long is the production schedule?
We shoot for about 6 months, and block shooting. So we do pretty much like 2 episodes at a time. So we shot 1 and 2 together. Then we shot 3 and 4 together. And within the 2 episodes, things are kind of jumbled. So my first scene shooting was like my final scene in episode 4. With Laura on the couch when I'm warning her. And it was funny because I'm such a huge Laura Linney fan. I was like, you give me Laura on the first day.
Could you explain to the audience what block shooting actually is, so they know?
So block shooting is basically taking 2 episodes and shooting at the same time, or 3 or 4, depending on how many you want to do. And it really depends on, at least from my knowledge, how the director wants to shoot, how the producers want to shoot it. But we shot 7, 8, 9, and 10 as one big block. And so, I mean, scenes are all over the place. You know, like one day you'll come in and you'll shoot majority of your scenes in episode 7, and then one scene in episode 10.
Right.
And then day and shoot something in episode 6, and it's just all over the place.
But they'll shoot you all of your scenes, even though they might be in 2 or 3 episodes, like at one time, which is, I mean, that's something really new in the streaming world, because you're producing all of these at one time. Usually in television, the writers are catching up every episode, right. Whereas now when you have 3 or 4 scripts done, you can do that.
Right.
Now, do you shoot on location?
We have a couple of different places that we shoot at, but then everything that we do has a replica in the warehouse. So there's kind of like 2 different things. So the birdhouse, there's actually the birdhouse, which was, I remember when I pulled up and I was just like, oh my God, it's the birdhouse. But then there's also a complete replica of the inside and a little bit of the outside in the warehouse, things like that big old chapel scene towards the end of season 3. I watched it being built, and it was just magical to, see everything happen right there. So yeah, there's duo locations.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Now, when you guys are shooting, are you, like you said, 6 months, do you work for the entirety of that time, or do you come and go over the course of those 6 months?
It depends. I mean, Jason, Laura, Julia, they're there a lot,
right.
So
Obviously.
Those entire 6 months, but for somebody like me, I would have a good 2 weeks off at a time, or I think there was once where I had a whole month off. So because they try to like get you in there in pockets, and then you have a wonderful time in Atlanta.
Right. Now Lisa Emery, who's going to be here, and then you guys were both on Jessica Jones, right?
Yeah.
Did you know each other before?
No, I didn't. Grace was such a, she was kind of in the pocket of Trisha's world only.
Right.
So I didn't get a chance to really meet anybody else. I was lucky enough to meet Kristen Ritter because she directed one of the episodes, which was great. But everybody I was with was in that Trish show world, and that's it.
Right. And it's we all just think actors, they all must know each other. But if you don't share scenes with people, you might never meet them, except whether it's got a premiere or something, or,
right.
That's a strange, but it's, Lisa's character too, in terms of what she was doing the 3rd season, I was like, wow. I mean, that's some pretty edgy stuff. She's having an affair with a much younger man, and she wins in the end too. Yeah. I mean, she has victory. So are you aware, there's so much talk now with hey, somebody has a question. Let me ask you. Joshua Palace says Ozark is a truly great, darkly powerful series. Jessica Francis Dukes is excellent on it. Really enjoyed her work on Jessica Jones as well. Cheers, Jessica.
Thank you.
So I was going to say, I mean, are you aware, with all this talk about having more roles for women in Hollywood, when you're on a show like this, is it something that I don't know, that there's so many great roles for women. It's unique, I think, in terms of television, that isn't necessarily, it's not necessarily a female centric show, but also the strongest characters are women, which is an amazing thing. Is that something you actresses talk about? Like, these are great roles.
Yeah. The writers, I think, to commend a lot of them, there's a mixture of writers. You see a lot of women in the writers' room for Ozark, right. You see a lot of female directors for Ozark, and it's just wonderful. I mean, half the crew is female. It's just like, it's epic to walk on somewhere and you see a girl with with some big old cable walking through, and you're just like, hell yeah, And so it's no wonder that these strong women come out of this world. I think that the casting director, the producers, and all of the people that are in charge of who they bring in, like they bring in some firecrackers, and I just love to watch them work. I would go on set even when I wasn't called to see like Julia or
right.
or Jan or Lisa or Laura work. And I remember when I first got there, meeting them as a actress in the world. You look up to these women,
right.
especially coming from the world of theater. Janet McTeer and Laura Linney are theater goddesses. So it's just an absolute joy, and it influences, it inspires, and it fuels me to be working with those women. Yeah.
Yeah, Janet McTeer especially too. I mean, she also had another great. She had a great season this year.
Yeah.
Now, I find it really interesting that Jason Bateman, the traditional, I guess, star of the show, is so generous, and he's really created. I think it's fairly unique to see a lead perfectly content to allow his other actors to shine, and he doesn't seem to be. He's completely fearless, and I think that really comes through in the show. Just how he's allowed the show to develop that way, because even people like Julia, like when I first saw her, I thought this must be some girl they found locally. Like she seems so authentic. And then when you see her on a talk show or something, she's promoting her latest film, she's nothing. And that's what great actors do. She's nothing like she appears on that show. And I'm like, wow, they have done a great job casting this.
Yeah, they really have.
And
he's wonderful. He has a way of, I think he said it in an interview where he's like, I just try to be as invisible as possible. And as an actor, you think the complete opposite. You're like, I got to figure out how to make this moment interesting or do this or do that. And he was actually a huge lesson for me in how to just be there and be in the moment and try to give as much as you can. And that's the great thing about other people on the show too. They are great scene partners, and it's just an amazing place to be.
Now, did you do any research into the FBI and because you're very authentic. I mean, you carry yourself like, I totally believe that you went to the FBI Academy. Like maybe you went to school with Clarice Starling from Silence of the Lambs or something. Yeah. Like is there a technical advisor on the show at all, or did you do any kind of research to play the role?
Yeah, I did tons of research, and I think that coming from my theater background, where we have like a week of table work and we have a dramaturg and we have, all those things in place for us to learn everything we need to know in such a compact amount of time. But I had, months before I started shooting after I knew I got the role. And so I studied everything. I studied forensic accounting. I studied what the training would be for the FBI. I started working with the trainer. Like, even though my character's pregnant, I was just like, I'm going to work out, just, all these things. And it's wonderful to also have directors and writers that are there every 5 seconds to go, what question do you have? What do you need? And the first director, Shireen, she sat down with me and she was just like, okay, here's what we know so far about Maya. And then I was able to take that information and research even further. And then I also went through both seasons and watched just the FBI scenes to see what I would have in my little folder walking on the set. So there was a lot of research. Yeah.
Well, it definitely comes through in your performance. I mean, you have a gravitas and an authenticity that I think is it really serves the show well. But I'm curious. I mean, obviously we're at the Mainframe Comic Con. Were you a fan? Have you gone to fan events before? Have you gone to San Diego, the Comic Con, and what is it like for you as a fan of a show to then find yourself on the show? That's like every fan's dream.
Yeah. First of all, I'm a huge Comic Con fan, but I've never been to one. So I'm like, this is just juicy to even be a part of this right now. I'm a huge comic book nerd. So it's just a joyful place for me to be. And as far as being on a show that I love so much, at first it was just extremely nerve-wracking because I was just like, I'm into something that is so whole and so complete. And it's just like, I got to get in there and figure out where I fit. And I remember the first month before I even got on set, I was just sweating bullets because you think I just want to be the best I can be. I know what those people could do, and I've seen the extent of what they could do. And then I got on set and they were just like, hey, and I was like, oh, you guys are regular. Oh, this is awesome. And they're just regular people. And it felt like I was coming back to summer camp, it was great.
Well, how did you I didn't ask you this, but did you always want to be an actress, and how did you sort of get into the profession?
I've always wanted to be an actress. I think there was one moment where I wanted to be a marine biologist after I saw Free Willy, and then I was like, okay, I'll just play one in a movie. But no, I've always wanted to do this. This is my passion. There's nothing that I love more than art and how we get a chance to influence the world. So I was in a drama club when I was in middle school and high school, and it turned into a teen performing arts troupe. So I was constantly in a performance mode, and then went to college and majored in it, then went to grad school and got my master's in it, and then worked stop, and I was teaching acting at Howard University and Montgomery College, and and just continuously just absorbing. And then about 5 years ago, a show that I originated in DC, where I'm from, moved to New York and went to Off-Broadway, and I was just like, okay, I'm going to audition for it, and here we are 5 years later.
Wow, so you really are a lifer. I mean, you really have the true theater background. I mean, it's interesting. John Noble, obviously, who I was interviewing before, was also, came out of the theater and was in the theater for a long time before he transitioned over to film and television work. Yeah. Would you recommend to any aspiring actors to concentrate? I mean, I know a lot of people want to go right into television and film, but I would think that having a theater background is invaluable for acting. And would you recommend a theater background for any aspiring young actors to really concentrate on that first?
Well, I think it depends on you. I think it depends on the type of artist you are. I know a lot of people that started out as musicians and then all of a sudden went to TV or, different things like that. I think the main thing is finding your passion, because theater is it's an unforgiving beast, and you got to love it in order to do it, because it's not, the paychecks aren't going to be as big until you get to, the big theaters off Broadway or even some of the regional theaters around the country. So it is, like you said, it's a lifer situation. You have to be addicted to it.
Right.
But I think that it really depends on you. I think in order to train as far as an actor is concerned, not necessarily just connecting to TV, the best place in the whole wide world is to learn in a theater. So I would always say, follow your passion, whatever that is, first. But the training can come from anywhere and anybody, I think.
Now, when you transitioned out of theater and into television and film, what were some of the things that surprised you? I mean, you always hear that when you're on stage, you have to be bigger because you're playing to a theater full of people, hopefully a big theater full of people. But then with the camera, when the camera gets in so close, you have to kind of bring it down. Was that a transition you had to learn, or was that not difficult to do? I think we're running out of time, but that might be a long question. But I was just curious because with that theater background that you had, was it difficult to make the transition to acting in front of a camera?
It wasn't difficult, but it was a lot of work. It took a lot of, I took a whole bunch of classes because I'd already had my theater training and I performed on stages everywhere. But then, sorry, my camera went out so I can't see you. But then when it came to time to audition for TV and film, I had to learn a whole different idea of what the craft meant. And it went from learning how to take over a room to angles and pictures and moments and, truth. The truth became even more of a goal. Yeah.
Right, because it's so different.
Difficult transition, yeah.
You'll be on stage for 2 hours playing a part, but on film you might have to pick up one line. Can you just say this in one angle? And you then have to get back into that space, the same space you might have been playing a scene with your partner or Laura Linney or something, and you have to get the same emotion, but for one head turn, which is a difficult.
It's just two completely different machines. I really believe that.
Well, do you know if you're going to get a fourth season? Because I know that Netflix is not always forthcoming about when it's like they'll greenlight a show and then you realize, oh, they already shot it. They just don't tell you. Do you have any insight into when we might see the fourth season of Ozark?
I don't know. I hope so. I hope so. I'll be right there with you guys with my fingers crossed. So.
Well, it's been great to talk to you about this, and I think that the show is it's just fantastic. And for anybody who hasn't seen Ozark, I cannot stress enough. I mean, if you're fans of crime thrillers and family dramas, and this show is one of the best on TV, and it's Jessica Francis Dukes. You were a great addition to this show. So thank you.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, Rob. Not only do I want to thank you, Jessica, and you, Robert, for being here, I wanted to say that Lisa had an emergency and couldn't log on. So she gives No, nothing, nothing tragic, but just something she had to take care of. So she was
No
unable
worries.
to join us, but she extends her thanks for having Mainframe on. So she'll be on next time. We will have Lisa on.
Yay.
Everybody needs
Thank
to watch Ozark if you haven't.
Well, thanks a lot, guys. Coming up right after this very, very short commercial break, we've got Mo Collins and Nicole Sullivan from Mad TV and many, many other projects. So stick around. We're going to do that right after this break.
Thanks.
Do you feel left out when your friends discuss popular culture? Do you prefer to avoid social interaction altogether? Do you sometimes run from ghosts or apparitions in wide open fields, or move unnecessarily slowly for no apparent reason? Ask your doctor if the Chumcast is right for you. We inject all of the latest information directly into your bloodstream. Side effects include not knowing where the hell you are, occasional laughter, excessive flatulence, nausea and loss of balance, forgetting where you put your leftover hot dog, gross coughing in public places, wild flailing of your extremities, dissociative or multiple personality disorder, and believing that your parents were murdered in a dark alley.
At this Jordan. This is dead centered. This is dead centered. Have you seen what 9s are going for in the 88 Fleer All-Star? This is a dead center Jordan. Fire, man. Last week you pulled a Jordan and a nice Rodman. Now you got a Pippen. The trifecta.
Hello, welcome back to Mainframe Comic Con. We are back on track, people. Thank you so much for all the guests who have joined us so far on the telecast. I am not going to waste any more time in introducing our next two guests. Incredibly excited to be joined. Well, our first guest, you know her from her many characters on Mad TV. She played Cher. She played Catherine Zeta-Jones. I see her smiling in the background right now. Who could forget her as Stewart's mother, Doreen? You've seen her on Parks and Recreations, F is for Family, Arrested Development, Fear the Walking Dead, and so many others. Who could forget Gina from 40-Year-Old Virgin? Please help me in welcoming the great and talented Ms. Mo Collins. How is it going?
Wow. Well, you know how my morning has been going, but I'm here.
Going good. You know, Mainframe is not without its hiccups, but, you know, try to make it.
Actually, Mainframe wasn't the hiccup. It was, you know, my internet's been out for 2 days, and I'm sitting in my neighbor's house now. This is the first time I've been in someplace since March 9th.
Well, tell your neighbor she has a beautiful home. And
I know. I'm like sitting in a throne. Look at this.
Well, I want to go ahead and introduce your co-guest here, also from Mad TV. You know her as Barbara Walters, Britney Spears. Maybe we can get her to sing a couple bars. The Van Combe lady. There she is back there. She can be seen on ABC's Blacklist, Family Guy, Cougar Town, Scrubs, King of Queens, and the new show Bob's Hearts, Abelotia, DC's Superhero Girls. Please help us in welcoming Miss Nicole Sullivan. How are you doing, Nicole? Nice background.
Thanks. It's a green screen.
Get out of here.
No, it's it's trees. It's trees.
I want to
It's a natural green screen.
It does look. Doesn't it look like one of those things like people put up? They're like, I've been to Egypt. I've been to a place where they have a basketball court on a
Yeah,
trampoline.
Nicole,
We get
will,
a game
at
on
some
there.
point, will you be tossing a basketball over your head? And
And it goes in.
because if I would trust anybody to make that hoop, be you.
Well, I gotta thank you. I can't thank you guys enough for being here on Mainframe Comic Con, helping us raise money for the COVID-19 relief telethon and various charities. How are you guys? What are you up to these days? What are you binge watching? What are you eating? What are you getting any work done during this time of social quarantine, Nicole?
Oh.
We have a whole half hour.
Oh.
I'm going to start with question 2A. What are you eating? I've got a thing for peppermint patties, folks, and it's real. It's a real thing. It's a real issue. And I got a little note from Amazon saying that they were not going to be sending me. On Amazon you can get your every 3 months, every month you can get your regular staples. Most people get like paper towels or pet food. I get peppermint patties sent to me on the reg. And Jeff Bezos let me know that he would not be sending me my peppermint patties during the summer because of the heat. And I did not take to that kindly. And then I had a bunch of friends bring me over peppermint patties. I have a trough of peppermint patties right now in my house.
I know where you live.
It is so many. And binge watching. What am I binge watching? We just watched a real lighthearted thing about Jeffrey Epstein last night. A little funny thing there. We're watching all kinds of stuff. F is for family. We love. We're watching all kinds of animation with my kids, and we're watching old movies with my kids. It's, whatever they got, we'll watch. Mo, you?
Oh my God. Well, I had one bag of peppermint patties and went through them in a day.
Yeah.
And haven't gotten any more, but I didn't realize how much I loved peppermint patties. I don't know, eating, whatever Instacart manages to bring me, which my favorite so far, I just ordered grapes. How do you mess up grapes? Well, I'll tell you how. I got, and I don't know why they even thought this should ever be a thing. Cotton candy grapes.
Huh?
Yeah. I went to eat the grape. It's cotton candy grapes. They taste like cotton candy. It's the worst thing I've ever put in my mouth. And Nicole,
you put.
Nicole, I don't need you to verify that in this moment.
You literally had some of the worst
in
most disgusting thing. Now, had someone said to you, "Hey, here's a cotton candy grape," would it maybe have been delicious?
No, I don't think it is, because it's a chemically thing, and it's like it's. I don't really care for it, so that was odd. But just eating, a lot of canned corn, which I'm good with. Like we've been doing like 70s dinners over here, suppers really. 70s suppers.
If you got a can of canned corn, and you got a casserole dish.
Oh, great! Yeah, I tell you what else is good with that is fish sticks.
Yeah,
fish sticks and canned corn, and I'm telling you what, we're doing just fine in the pandemic.
Yeah, sprinkle some of those Ridges Lays on top.
Oh yeah, I guess sour cream going.
Yeah.
Nicole, you got a fan in the comments section, Lords of the Long Box. I don't know if this is a pun or not. They said I had a mad crush on Nicole during her Mad TV days.
Lords of the Long Box.
Whoa.
Right.
Hi, Lords. Hi, Lords.
Well, guys, I'm enjoying the break. Just watching you guys go back and forth. You're making my job really, really easy. Mo, let's talk a little bit about Mad TV.
All right.
Jesus Christ, man. Over 155 episodes, Mo, you did, with all the characters that you did. I mean, did any reach the level of just fanaticism and fan love as much as Stuart's mom, Doreen? Is that the one?
To be honest, I get more Lorraine love. I mean, I definitely get Stuart's mother love, but the Lorraine stuff is what I personally get the most, put in front of me. Love. Yeah.
Huh. Nicole, Vancombe Lady.
Yeah.
That character arrived on the very first episode, right, of Mad TV.
Yeah,
back behind the makeup counter.
Yes.
And the Vancombe Lady has pretty much gone everywhere. I mean, it's had more jobs than I have in her long career.
I mean, we killed her, and then she came back to life. We killed her, then we saw her getting rejected from heaven, then she came back to life. Yeah.
I can almost hear a little bit of the Vancombe Lady in your just everyday speaking voice. I mean, did that character come from somewhere, or is it you? Is it a
Is it me?
relative?
Is it me? Is it me, Lord? Is it me? No, it was from just literally a makeup counter lady that when I was I went to college outside of Chicago, and they were from the Skokie Mall, and she was real condescending to me and my, she could tell I didn't have any money, and she was just wondering when I was looking for why was I looking for lipstick. She was not going to help me unless I had some money on me. And I don't think that's going to work out for you. She didn't want to work that day. and so I ran for it from there. And what's my voice, if you're referring to the dulcet tones of the Sullivan, that it's I'm from New York, but I didn't keep any of that accent. Grew up there, nothing there, but I went to school in Chicago for 4 years, and that accent seems to have stuck.
Awesome. We got somebody in the comment section who wants to comment a little bit. What are your favorite recurring characters and least recurring characters of the Mad TV show? Favorite and least favorite. Mo?
Wow, I mean, obviously favorites were, because it involved ensemble aspects, like doing Stuart's mother with Stuart, anything that to me wasn't necessarily about like the specific characters. It was more about the fun that was being had with the incredible ensemble. Those are my favorite moments. It's always been really hard to pick out favorite moments. Least favorite, that's an interest. I don't know if anybody's ever asked. I have to think on that. Nothing jumps out. I mean, there was good in everything, even if it was a crappy scene. It was like this scenario around the fact that it was a crappy scene, and probably most of us kind of felt that. It was just sort of like a lot of winking and nodding to each other, like, "Oh, how do we get this pig to fly?" Which just even that was fun. Like the group coming together and trying to get a pig to fly.
Speaking of flying pigs, we had the kids in the hall on the show a few weeks ago. And I mean, I always am fascinated with talking about sort of the behind the scenes of sketch comedy shows, how characters get created, how sketches get put together. So I want to ask you, I mean, working on Mad TV, both of you really, is all the writing done? Do you write your own characters? Is it a collaborative effort when coming up with scripts? Like what's a day-to-day like sort of writing and producing for Mad TV?
I think it's different for different cast members. I mean, I'd say Mo and I were similar in that we were more than happy to sort of get in there and write with the writers. We didn't do a whole lot of pen to paper on our own and handing and dropping it off. We mostly worked with them. For the recurring characters, once they got the voice down, then they were pretty good. The writers were extremely skilled at being able to write the sketches, in the rooms, in the writers' rooms for us. And then other stuff would come about, other characters and other scenarios and stuff like that would come about sort of just messing around during lunch and out for drinks after a show. And a lot of stuff would happen doing that kind of stuff. And then I would say the majority of it happened in the writer's room on them just coming up with great stuff. I mean, it was just a really skilled writer's room.
Definitely. And then, as far as the more on the process too, as it left the writer's room and got approved at the table read, then during the week, with the rehearsal process, it's like actors had very much a role in shaping what was going to be the final taped version of the sketch. And then even after that, you get onto the floor with an audience in front of you. And, we'd always, for some of us that, understood improv in our bones, it's like we do what was called the first pass of the script with the audience and get what was on the page. And then second pass, once they knew they had stuff, it's like, then the gloves were off a little bit and the play time really started to happen because we did have the benefit of a live audience right there. And then the benefit of editing to where we could test stuff out in moments. And there's nothing like being in front of an audience to test whether something's funny or not, or the moment works. So we got to kind of like pan for gold with the audience.
Yeah.
And then they take all of it into the editing bay and come up with a great show.
Well, I mean, God, you did the Lord's work for so many years over there at Mad TV. I mean, absolutely crushing. We could talk about Mad TV for days, but I mean, you guys, your careers span so much. I want to talk a lot about what you're working on right now, Mo. Right off the top, I mean, we just saw this week the announcement that F is for Families returning very, very soon.
June 12th. June
Oh, well,
12th is season 4. So if you haven't, if you're not familiar with it yet, I highly recommend it. Not just because I'm on it, but I really do really think it's a great show. I think the writing is spectacular. And so yeah, season 4, June 12th.
we saw we saw the promo for it. So
Good.
we have an older family member joining the family in
Yeah.
season 4. Congratulations, by the way, on winning an Emmy for
I
Mad
didn't.
TV.
I
I mean, nominated.
yeah.
I thought it was the same thing. Not the same thing?
No.
Oh, okay.
No, but in my heart, it was a win. So it was an unexpected, awesome thing.
What's it like working with Bill Burr?
Oh my gosh, he's lovely. He's so kind. He's so mellow. He's so funny. He's a really giving, supportive actor in this environment. Really great. Really humble.
Well, guys, if you haven't seen F is for Family, it is like on the very tip top of our favorite shows
Oh, nice.
on Netflix right now. We watch it and we share it with everybody. We've sent a lot of fans your way
Oh, cool. Thank
here
you.
at Mainframe Comic Con. Nicole, recurring roles on the show Blackish.
Yeah.
Phenomenal show. We are huge fans of it. We watch it on WGN here in Chicago. Every single day we watch the syndicated runs. The show is entering its 7th season. You guys have gotten so much praise, including from like President Barack Obama says it's one of his favorite shows.
I told him to say that. I mean,
Well, and then
he wasn't
Donald-
he wasn't going to say anything. I was like, just be nice, Barack. Just be nice.
Well, I mean, the show has got such cultural impact. It's such an important show. It's a hilarious show. What are your thoughts sort of on the importance of a show like Blackish in today's society? Any one specific topic that you've worked on or you think the show's worked on that has really sort of hit where it should hit culturally and societally?
I think right now it's a tricky time to talk about what's working, what's not working as far as socially and stuff like that. I think we're in a difficult moment in our history, one of them. I would say that what's great about the show Blackish is that they are very they've never once stopped with their eye on the prize, which is to create good content that has a message. You don't feel it falter for 1 second, and that includes the writing and that includes the cast members. Like, it never is like, week off, what are you gonna do? Like, come on. It's never that. It's always with a message. It's always about trying to further the goodness of people. And I say that as the sort of resident racist on the show. One of the listen, I was Karen before there was Karen, guys. I don't mean to pat myself on the back, but showing up as the Karen, the next door neighbor, it's a very hilarious sort of part to play and really poignant to play because there's so many of them out there,
Mo, Fear the Walking Dead.
Mm.
How's it going? Getting blood all over you? What's it like? Kind of transitioning from comedy to something that is, insanely the opposite of Mad TV.
Yeah. Honestly, it was terrifying at first.
The whole idea.
Because I was brought on to have a comedy voice on the show, to bring some levity, but still, as the comedian of sorts, it was definitely nerve-wracking to go in this is where I actually, for once in my life, didn't want to be laughed at. Do you know what I mean? Like, I didn't want to be seen as the clown per se. I wanted the clown to immerse into what they're doing with storytelling. And it's been great. It's the hardest I've ever worked. And I think perhaps some of the most gratifying work I've ever done. And who would have known I went from a fictional apocalypse to a real one? Times are crazy. But yeah, it's an incredible experience, and shooting in Austin and outside Austin has just been wonderful. And it's just phenomenal. It's just amazing. And I got to say, like, as a woman in my 50s, it's like, I can't believe that I got to be in my 50s and play a badass. That's nuts.
Well, Nicole, someone in the comments said, Queen of the Karens.
I like what they did there. They combined a couple of my my shows.
There's so many people in the comment section wanting to get in and talk to you guys. But go ahead. No, sorry.
No, I was just making. They made a funny joke, so I was saying funny joke.
Twisted Mister.
Oh my God! Don't.
All right.
Please don't make us do it. Please don't. We had to stand on these cubicles. I cannot believe that person just said happy potty.
I know, I haven't thought about that in so long. Nicole and we used to laugh so hard.
We used to laugh so hard. We had to stand on these cubicles. It was it was based on like a Swedish like ABBA type and we were like go-go boots on these cubicles and happy pot, and we had to sing in the background dancers. And we had to do this one move at the end of this thing, and it involved our feet. And for some reason that day the shoot took umpteen hours, and Mo and I have never been in more pain. Blisters from the tips of our toes up to above our kneecaps, and every time we did the just blood, squirt, just extreme, and for months.
Honestly, like seeing Happy Putty, that's a hilarious memory. I had not thought about that in so long. Thank you for bringing that up.
Oh my God, thank you so much. You guys just gave us screen sharing gold right there. This is phenomenal. Being in the house wants to ask about the character Gina in 40-year-old version. Kind of where did that character come from? Was it improv day of?
Yeah, it was improv. They just I went in to just play one of the speed date characters, and I wrote the name Gina on a thing and put it on, and when Steve Carell says, Gina, and I said, Gina, what's up? And in that moment, because, at this point, didn't know what the line was on the movie, where's the line crossed? And I went, Gina, what's up? And I expected the cameras to cut and go, okay, Mo, you know what, you can go home now. And they kept going. And I just thought, well, I've stepped in it. I'm going to keep going. So Gina just rode that lipstick pony, and it ended up being great. And they cut the camera and everybody just busted out laughing. And I was like, oh, thank God, because I thought I was going to get fired in that moment. But the cool, awesome thing is that $300 day doing Gina on 40-Year-Old Virgin, that is the reason, she is why I got Sarah in Fear the Walking Dead. So I just love how things, you never know, where the good stuff is going to come from.
All right, fill in the blanks. How did you go from Gina to Fear the Walking Dead?
I literally, when they cast me and brought me in with the executive producers, they said, do you know your character Gina? And I said, yeah. And they go, her. And I go, all right, let's go stir some beef. And that was it. So it was really just like Gina is just sort of, I've had many amalgamations of her. I mean, even back on Mad TV when I did Bambi was the character name. And, she was very much appeared like a lesbian, but apparently was not, and so just sort of an ambiguous, if you will. But it, and honestly, it goes even back further. If I think about like my early improv days, Gina was actually me playing a man. That's how that came to be. It's just Mo Collins playing a man, and honestly, it's still like that. I've told I've even said to the fear writers, like, just you can write Sarah with the voice of a man, and it works. But it's just it's housed in a female body, if you will.
Well, I want to ask you. I mean,
I will.
Oh.
I mean, going back to Mad TV. I mean, again, we could do this for a whole hour. But I mean, back in the 90s, all the sketch comedy shows like SNL, was churning out movies. Kids in the Hall, they did Brain Candy. You might get asked this a lot. I mean, why never, or was there ever any talk of doing Mad TV spin-off movies, if not just an ensemble film?
How do we talk about this one, Nicole?
I don't care anymore.
Let the hate flow through
I
you.
mean,
I know. Honestly, if you talk to any of the cast, and especially back then, we absolutely would have loved that. A lot of us, I think, feel that it was a missed opportunity, that executive producers did not jump on. It was a whole offshoot of a franchise they could have done and did not do. And unfortunate in timing too with YouTube and all is that like we were doing music videos before anybody else. And but YouTube wasn't really there yet. So it's like we were doing things ahead, and we should have absolutely jumped on some movie franchise with some of the major characters at that time.
So if you had to pick one of your characters, I'm asking this to both of you, which one of your Mad TV characters you think would make the best, most successful, put most asses in the seats, standalone film? Nicole?
I don't know about yeses in the seats, but I would say I probably would have. I think Lita and Melina may have been the most enjoyable. If you had to watch someone for 2 hours or an hour, let's say an hour 25. If you had to watch someone for an hour, I think Lita and Melina would have been the most fun to watch. Stupid.
Mo, what are you thinking? Is the wheel spinning?
That's such a hard question to answer. So I kind of go to what have people told me over the years. And they're like, I know people like, where's a Lorraine movie? And so when those thoughts would come in, it's sort of like, yeah, Lorraine could have probably gone off and done sort of a Borat style, movie where she just is out and about in the real world, and you kind of, find an arc for her and have her come like Lorraine did in the last few years of Mad TV, where she was out and about, and that was just all improvised, dealing with her setting.
Well, guys, I'm sorry this panel was running a little bit late, and I'm really sorry that it's had to come to an end. But I want to thank you both for taking the time out of your very busy Sundays to join us. Mo, tell your neighbor she has a beautiful house.
I know it's quite nice.
I like the trim on the wall.
I know what is that? Is that a gray behind you? It's a nice gray. Oh, well, classy.
Wow.
Somebody went to art school.
Somebody did, yes.
And Nicole, is that a trampoline or an above ground pool behind you?
A trampoline.
Okay.
Trampoline, yeah.
Well, guys.
I mean, although I wish it was above ground. I mean, that's so old school and fantastic. An above ground pool would have been such better use of space. I hate my husband.
Well, guys, thanks so much. I wish we could do this for longer, but we're going to go ahead and move into our cosplay contest with the Lloyd Kaufman, Dave Desmalchian, and the Count Crowley team. So thanks so much for being here on Mainframe.
Oh my God, all of those words.
I know.
With
Lloyd,
what? I want to know more.
Stick around, work on your cosplay, and hop back in about 10 minutes.
Awesome.
So thanks a lot for being here, guys.
Thank you, everyone, for watching.
Bye, guys.
All right, guys, we'll be here right after this short break with the cosplay contest from the Count Crowley team. Chicago Comics is the premier comic and collectible shop located in the heart of the Windy City. Founded in 1991, Chicago Comics brings a large and comprehensive comic book selection to collectors of all ages. Chicago Comics specializes in small press and hard-to-find indie comic titles and carries almost all available superhero titles and tons of merchandise. Toys and statues, clothing, and collectibles, Chicago Comics has everything you are looking for and a whole lot more. Whether you're a hardcore collector, casual fan, or weekly reader, you'll find what you're looking for at Chicago Comics. Open 7 days a week, stop by Chicago Comics, 3244 North Clark Street in the heart of Chicago's Lakeview neighborhood. Or check them out online at chicagocomics.com.
Available now from Cold War, Fight Your Friends, the fun and fast card dueling game featuring incredible characters from your favorite indie comics. From a huge cast of characters, choose a crew of 10 fighters and rumble with your buddy across 4 action-packed rounds of magic, muscle, and mayhem. Fight Your Friends. All you need is 10 cards, 10 minutes, and 1 friend.
Hey everybody, my name is Ryan McClellan from Yesterday's Entertainment Tomorrow, and I hope you are enjoying the fun and excitement of Mainframe Comic Con, a truly one-of-a-kind Comic-Con experience. In between all the celebrity interviews, you can check out how to donate to the American Red Cross and Hero Initiative. And also check out my channel for all the latest and greatest entertainment news. Celebrity interviews like Intellivision CEO Tommy Tallarico.
Grandma ain't going to be playing Night Stalker. I can tell you this right now.
The cast of Clerks.
You guys disgust me.
And the hottest journalists like Drunkle Vader.
3 glorious hours of previews for movies I have no interest in seeing.
We look forward to you subscribing the channel. And now back to Mainframe Comic Con.
Hey everybody, welcome back to Mainframe Comic Con 2.0. Cannot thank enough all the guests who have donated their time to join us here for Mainframe, trying to raise money for COVID-19 relief. So head on over to mainframecomiccon.com. Look for those donate buttons. Give what you can, $1 here, $5 there, or buy a Mainframe Comic Con t-shirt, and 100% of all t-shirt sales are going to go to COVID-19 relief. So head on over to the mainframecomiccon.com shop, and I'm running out of breath. Cannot wait to introduce our next guest. People last time we did Mainframe asked us, why no cosplay contest? And then the great David Desmalchian himself said, why not any cosplay contest? I do a comic book, Count Crowley. So I'm going to go ahead and welcome here. You know him from so many things, including Mainframe Comic Con Day 1. The great and talented Mr. David Desmalchian. Awesome set man.
Good afternoon. Hi. Thank you. Good to see you, my friend.
We are so excited to do this cosplay contest. Leona, let me just look at your set real quick. You look like you're on the set of Svengoolie. I see your Svengoolie shirt chilling down there.
Who's Svengoolie? I've never heard of him before. He sounds like a complete hack. Well, I will say, everyone who is watching, thank you for joining us. And this set was very helpfully assembled this morning with my son, who's only 6 and was a little scared of some of the elements. But obviously, and I have to say this before we start, it is a very, very, very dark and difficult time for all of us right now. So the fact that you're here watching this hopefully gives you a moment of laughter and joy. And it was actually really a kind of an important moment for me getting to do this with my son today, because this world of monsters and horror and comic books and what you're doing, Chuck, and everyone at Mainframe, it's so important to me. And I know the world is facing huge problems and our country's facing a huge problem right now. And so it was, as silly as it may sound, I think some of you out there may get it, putting together this haunted set today with my 6-year-old, I found myself getting kind of choked up. And I'm just grateful that I have this moment with you guys to talk about something that I love and care about, while at the same time acknowledging that there is definitely a emergency going on. And I would be remiss if I didn't acknowledge that I think we're all carrying some heavy hearts today. So thank you guys so much for being with us today. It means more than I can even say properly right now.
I think one of our cosplayers is crying in the background. I see it right now. David, I want to go ahead and kick off. Really want to introduce our guest judge, Mr. Lloyd Kaufman, who's going to be joining us here fairly soon. But first, I want to talk a little bit about Count Crowley, the comic book. You guys are just about to celebrate the launch of your trade paperback. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you. Very excited. I just got my first physical copy of the comic, and I think are Lucas and Megan joining us as well today, Chuck?
I don't see them. They don't see them.
Okay. All right. Well, I hope you guys are watching, and I hope you're tuning in soon. But I mentioned them because Megan is our editor, Lucas, the incredible artist who has, developed and designed this incredible design of Jerry that you're looking at. But the trade paperback is available now. It takes the first 4 issues of Count Crowley and puts them all into this incredible thing that Dark Horse has put together. As everyone knows, trades are such a great way to enjoy comics nowadays when it's hard to get to the individual issues. And there's so much bonus art in this that Lucas put together for us. And it's just, he really dug in, and I was able to write some of my feelings and thoughts about what this experience has meant to me. So if you have an opportunity, please call your local comic shop and offer your support to them. See if it's possible to get Count Crowley and any other titles that you may be reading or love right now. And if you've never bought a comic book before, this is a good one to start. But find out how you can support them by hopefully ordering through them. And a lot of shops around the country right now, I know in Chicago, LA, New York, and elsewhere that I've spoken to, are doing curbside pickup, safe drop-offs. So please support your brick and mortar comic shops.
Absolutely do, and that's just good advice for any time of the year, but especially now, because I mean, so many brick and mortar shops, comics, bookstores, everybody's really struggling. Brief little note: if you are in Chicago, I know Chicago Comics is opening their doors to a limited number of customers starting this week. So definitely head. Dave, have you ever been to Chicago Comics here in Lakeview?
Hello to all my friends at Chicago Comics. When I was living in Chicago, I worked downtown right next to a Graham Crackers, and that was my regular weekly stop. On Thursdays I would go into the Graham Crackers on Washington, but then Chicago Comics, there was a Black Cat at that point in Andersonville that I really loved. There's so many good shops in Chicago for buying your comics, toys, games, and they need us right now, as well as all around the country. I don't care if you're in Erie, Indiana, all the way to Bakersfield, California. Comic shops are more than just a place where you go buy comics. And those of you who are watching, I'm sure already know and are aware of that, but they're an important part of our society and our culture. And that sounds grand, but it's true. It's a place where misfits and those who maybe just love to escape in their imagination, science fiction, superhero worlds, get a chance to come together, share ideas, find out about new titles, artists, writers. And I'm just so lucky and proud that I get to be a part of the comic book world now. As most of you know, I've been collecting, loving, reading comic books, been a part of some of the best comic book film adaptations ever made as an actor, but I never imagined I would actually get to see one of my ideas brought to life in the pages of a comic book, so incredibly drawn, colored, lettered, and edited as what Dark Horse has done for me. So I'm just feeling a lot of gratitude today, and I love horror hosts, in case you haven't noticed. And so the fact that my comic takes place in the world of monsters and horror hosts is something that means a lot to me as well.
Well, the book is called Count Crowley, and if nothing else, it has launched what is about to be the greatest cosplay contest in the history of cosplay contests. So I think we have some people that have something they're going to read for us. There they are, Anna. You are on. So let's go ahead and kick this off with a little statement from our friends here. Go for it.
It's late at night. Lock your doors up tight. Dr. Fearless is here to share the things that bump and things that scare. So hold on tight and gather near. The Count Crowley cosplay contest is here.
Oh my God, that was phenomenal.
Woo! That was freaking awesome.
Hi. It's so nice to actually see you and talk to you. And it's an honor.
Through the internet. Wow, holy crap, that's amazing.
Yeah.
Chuck, I'm going to get all kinds of screen grabs from this later, right? We're going to do all kinds of.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, great.
This is going to be all over the place. Anna, you guys stick around, man. Just hang out. So before we kick off the actual judging portion of the show, you can't have a contest without a judge. Am I right?
That's right.
So
That's right.
Who better to judge horror and the look of horror than the president of Trauma Entertainment, the mayor of Tromaville, Mr. Lloyd Kaufman? Hit it. Yes, the brown note.
As David knows, that's Prokofiev, and he used to cosplay when he was choreographing Romeo and Juliet ballet. He would dress up as Juliet and dance around, and it was great cosplay. Tchaikovsky was very jealous, right, David? You know,
very jealous.
Anyway, what great cosplay here! I shouldn't even be on here. Alaphylaxia and all that. Anaphylaxia. This clarinet. There's nothing.
Lloyd,
anyway, keep going.
We got to make this a regular thing. That's 2 days in a row I get to see your incredible face. This is great an honor and a joy. Thank you for coming by to look at these.
David and I are going on the road soon, don't we? Have
we got a show. We're going to do dinner theaters. We're going to do haunted houses. We're going to do a stand-up act. It's going to be amazing.
Yeah, with a Count Crowley road tour. Count Crowley road tour.
When Count Crowley, the movie or TV show, whatever, becomes the reality that I'm dreaming every day and hoping and praying, and I know it's going to happen, only because I refuse to sleep until it does. I can't wait for you to come and be a part of that with us. And look, now we've got some other people that I have to bring on as well.
We do. Let's go ahead and get in all of our participants sort of one at a time. We've got the totally awesome. I loved this submission. Riley Nelson. Wow. Looking amazing, Riley.
Thank you.
Welcome to the contest. We've got one other person who's on, ironically, I think audio only.
Oh.
Michael, are you there?
Oh. Yeah, can you hear me?
I can hear you, and that's the nice way to win a cosplay contest. Just don't show your face at all.
Do you know? I'm not sure how to put that on. Do you know how to fix that? Or
try logging back off and then logging back on, just like through your cell phone.
Okay, because I'm on my computer right now.
Yeah, there you go. So while we wait for him to come back, guys, Riley, let's start with you. Tell us a little bit about your costume and what went into creating your amazing Count Crowley costume.
I mean, it was really, really difficult because none of this stuff exists anymore. But yeah, I don't know. I give a lot of thanks to some people that helped me out a lot. And I don't know. And it just worked really hard to try to get the makeup right.
It looks great. What do you like to say to David?
Chuck, too, that as I had said with Lloyd, as somebody who dreams, and I have been dreaming for many years about the possibility that Count Crowley could someday become something that people wouldn't just read in a comic book, but be able to see on either television or in a movie. Seeing people putting on the costumes and the makeup, and it's just it's had this like very crazy effect on me. I feel like I'm about 9 right now. I want to jump up and down, but my goodness, you look amazing. And I think the person who's under all that makeup must be an amazing person to put that much effort in. All of you guys, thank you. It means more than I can say.
This lineup is phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. Lloyd, your first overall impression of all of these wonderful cosplayers.
The Toxic Avengers here, Riley, and Toxie is very, very impressed. And Anaphylaxia, what more can I say? Toxie's very excited. He lost his head because of you.
So before we move on into the judging, we have Michael back, but it's still just audio. So I think we're going to bring him on. Just
By the way, David,
describe it.
Yes, Lloyd.
David, you probably agree with me, but it's very difficult. And I think you and I probably are opposed to judging art, because art is really something that comes from the heart, the brain, and soul of the artist.
That goes on the heels of something that I would like to announce after we make this. And you're right. At this point, it's arbitrary, and I think it's like flipping a coin because there's so many. And by the way, to everybody who's watching that didn't get a chance, that didn't get selected for our finalists, I know that everybody at Mainframe and Chuck and others were, we were emailing, and it was overwhelming how many people were submitting and contributing their work. Yes, we've got a couple of our special
there they are,
honorary mentions here who I want to thank for submitting. We had people from all over the country and around the world sending in pictures of themselves dressed in Crowley attire and other characters from the show. So you're right though, Lloyd. Yeah, it's like saying it's like any award show. We all know it's bogus, but basically whoever paid us off the most is who's going to win.
Well, all I can tell you, last night I went through 52,000 cosplay, Count Crowley cosplay, and basically 49,998 were really so much better than anything in any trauma movie, let me tell you.
Well, Michael, you are on. I want you to describe us your cosplay. What are you wearing, sir?
I am wearing a cape, I guess, and then I'm sorry, I don't know why it's not working. I'm trying to do it off my phone.
Okay, Michael, we can also pull up your photo later to show everybody, because I did see yours. I remembered that the guys at Mainframe sent me yours when it came through, and it was absolutely dazzling. And if we can't pull it up right now during the panel, that's okay.
It looked exactly like this.
Whoa.
That's good.
Well, wow, look at that. That's photorealism right there. That's
amazing. Well done, Michael.
Michael, did you have fun doing it?
Yeah. I mean, I dressed up, so it kind of bums me out that I can't show you guys. I don't know what I'm doing wrong.
I will be posting the people who are with us today on the panels, like individual shots that were submitted, because Mainframe just sent me a bunch of those, but also some of our honorary mentions as well. So just know that if you're watching this and you want to see what Michael looked like, or the incredible layout Riley did a whole photo shoot on, it looked like, was that a roof?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's my rooftop.
Great. And our pair of Dr. Fearless and Count Crowley up there was a photo of them in front of a fake television that basically made my heart burst. So all those will be posted on my Instagram, the Count Crowley Instagram, the Facebook page. I'm sure Dark Horse will be reposting all those. I'm sure Mainframe will be reposting those. So Michael, I know it's frustrating, but this is tech crap. Don't worry about it. And everyone will get to see.
Is there somebody under the age of 13 anywhere near you? Because certainly that person could fix this problem.
Yeah, probably. I can give me 1 second.
I was worried about where
logging out.
Is going, but I get what you're saying, Lloyd. Yeah, that's very smart.
That's how I do it.
Right.
Are there any youths?
Exactly. So let's go ahead and get into the judging portion of our contest. David, let's talk about some of the prizes and what our cosplayers are competing for.
Well, luckily, my wife got me quite a few of these. They're limited custom enamel pins that are one of a kind that were made for Count Crowley. Those will be going to every single person who entered the contest, and then we will be designating a winner today. But I have decided, because I was so moved by the submissions that we got, that everybody who's on our panel here today will also be getting a signed trade paperback copy of Count Crowley, Lucky Midnight Monster Hunter from Dark Horse Comics, which I will personally sign. And then I have some really fun surprises from the crypt, little knickknacks and things that I've kept as I've been putting together Count Crowley the last 30 years that come from my obsession with horror. So I'm going to put in some surprises. So when we're offline, people can email their mailing addresses to, and I think they already have, to Mainframe. And so I know where to send this stuff.
Well, let's go ahead and kick it off. Anna, you and your team have had no idea you were going to be competing in the cosplay contest, but guess what? You are.
Oh.
So why don't we take a look at? We'll try to get a little close up of your shots. Do you mind kind of showing us a little bit more of all the work that you guys put into it?
Yeah. Yeah. I feel like, hold on, let me get the.
We got to get our special thing.
Yeah, the first thing we worked on was this. Hold on, this way. Was the comic portion, the comic book frame.
So
and
good.
Then my friend Zepp here did a lot of the procuring of all the pieces, the wigs and capes and stuff. And then my daughter actually helped us in the image. There's hands coming around. That was my daughter's hands. And yeah, we spent some time. We were actually working on this before the pandemic hit, and then we kind of put everything on hold. But then as soon as we heard that there was a contest, we're like, we have to.
And Anna she painted the frame all by herself. She did that. That was 100% her. It was my idea.
It was Zepp's idea.
She did it all freehand, copying the comic because we wanted to recreate that scene. We made the pumpkins and there's skulls here. We made those from clay, and then I made this supposed to be a bat out of clay as well. Let me get a little closer. I made the front, and I made sure to do the back because we noticed that in the videos, the trailers that David did, it was always turned around, and it was very frustrating to try to get the front of the bat. But we got it, and we had a blast doing it. It was so much fun,
it was a lot of fun.
It's just an honor to do this for you. And we really love you, David, and we're big fans.
We are.
And this was just an amazing experience altogether.
Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much.
Thanks. Thank you.
Well, Riley,
Well,
go ahead. Lloyd, go.
Let me say this about that, because I love David and I'm a big Count Crowley fan. Uncle Lloydie is going to give to the three top prizes an original Toxic Avenger signed theatrical poster. So, Chuck, if you can send me, I'm so moved by what I've seen in the loyalty.
Oh,
wow.
wow.
Dedication.
Yeah, this is so amazing.
I would be
Well,
kissing
you
you on your
all-
mouth right now if you were in the same room as me, Lloyd.
I'm going to remember that.
I would be jamming my lips all over your face. I love you. Thank you, Lloyd.
Well, I love you. And David and Chuck, I'll send you my email. Well, you have it. Just email me where to send them. Troma's closed now. We're paying everybody. So thank you for subscribing to Troma Now and supporting us. But as soon as we can get back in there, we'll send out the posters.
Riley, I want you to go ahead and kind of show us what you're working with. That sounded way dirtier than I intended.
It's a good package.
Go ahead.
I don't know. This is just the basic thing. As the other contestants, I was also working on this cosplay for a long time. This is made out of leather and spray painted,
Nice.
hard leather. Just, you know, luckily much of this is regular clothing, just a black tank top and like a studded belt and fishnets and stuff like that, and stuff you can find in a Halloween store. And yeah, I would like to get a better wig when this pandemic is over, but I'm absolutely in love with Anaphylaxis, and I don't remember your name, but the other person, because you both have the combo, so I think that you have like the powerhouse.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You look fantastic as well. Thank you.
You do.
And Michael, I'd like you to show us your cosplay, even though you're just audio at this moment.
We're gonna try to bring it up on my another computer.
That's okay. You describe it so well.
I put a lot of white makeup on for sure. And then I did like black eyeliner, a whole bunch of black eyeliner.
So
really
Lloyd,
wanna
I want to cut to you and David, man. Let's go ahead and who do we think? Let's go ahead and hand out some trophies.
Lloyd, go ahead. Go ahead. Lloyd, I'm pulling up a picture of our friend here, Michael, because I saw his.
Oh, good.
Here it is.
Where are you from, Riley?
I'm from Los Angeles, California.
I'm just going to get that photo, David, of you real quick.
Chuck, you've got the official Count Crowley mask on. I see. You look amazing.
I do.
It's very bright. Chuck is scary as hell, but it's okay.
See, Lloyd,
there it is.
There's Michael.
Oh wow! I don't. Boy,
That's really great.
Michael is terrific. Yeah, fantoxic, as we say.
I
Yeah.
really wish we could get him on screen.
Yeah.
That's okay. We're making do with what we got. So Lloyd, let's start judging some cosplay. What do you say?
Well, I would say certainly Michael and Riley and Anaphylaxis and the two people together, because as Riley said, they got the double whammy there. So I think you have to each, at least in terms of the Toxic Avenger theatrical posters, I'd say we'll have to find a fourth one somewhere deep in the basement of the Troma building and send one to all four of you.
All winners?
In my head, yeah.
Amazing.
Gee, and the personalities are so great. Actually, four of you, yeah. And Michael, the big M there is incredible.
Very good.
David, what do you think, man?
I'm gonna do a tie break.
Nice.
I crown one person the ultimate champion of this, but know that all three of these are winners. In fact, everybody, if you're watching and you didn't get selected, Jesus, there were so many good ones. It was really hard to pick.
I think I'm in there. All right, I think I figured it out, guys.
I'm gonna say,
all right, let's try it.
Dr. Fearless, Count
here. Hopefully, nope, of course not. That's echoing. Sure, hold it.
Oh, hold on. Hang on. I do have it. Just keep talking.
Silence that one.
It's good sound play.
Oops, and I just ruined my makeup. Perfect.
Keep talking, guys.
Well, I'm going to say that the gold medal, the crown, will go to.
Some
Hold on, there he is.
I'm going to start playing. Hey!
Yay!
I knew if I took the clarinet out, it would happen.
Is that Ben?
So Michael, show us your cosplay.
Michael,
I also need glasses to see, so it's kind of difficult. but I made this for like I drew it, I guess, and then I drew like the oops, and these are flipped over.
Well done, sir.
Beautiful.
Michael. Oh yes. Lucas will be very proud of him.
The Blackbird Bourbon Whiskey.
That's awesome.
Riley, do you have a bottle?
I have a glass.
Everybody knows Jerry likes her drink. Well, I am going. I'm going to concur with Lloyd. All of these three today are winners. They will all be getting the winner's prize package. But for just for title alone, I do believe Anna and Zepp are going to take the ultimate prize at the end of the day.
Wow.
Yay. But I do I want to put a special shout out to Michael. There was only 2 male submissions for Jerry. There was 1 male submission for another character, but yours, it really makes me now jealous that, like, why didn't I do my own Jerry? I've always been so for the next one, I will be showing up as Jerry, and I'm gonna top you, Michael. Now the competition's really on. But all of you guys, my heart is so swollen. I mean, it is such a effed up, dark 24 hours, and I keep crying because the world is burning. But doing this moment right here with you guys means so much to me, to know that you took the time and effort to put together something based on this comic book that I wrote. It means more to me than I can say. So thank you guys for taking time out of this crazy thing. And Chuck, everyone at Mainframe, thanks for helping organize this. Lloyd, you're such a hero to me and what you've done. And so the fact that you're willing to take time to come and sit with us and be a part of this, it's just, you guys make me so grateful to be alive, even though we're living in such a dark time right now. So thank you all very much.
Well, the Toxic Avenger and I are very grateful to you and to Chuck for letting me be part of this. Great honor, as I said, better than an Oscar, because truth and love are the answer.
Yes. Thank you all so much. David, thank you so much for putting this whole thing together and bringing a little ray of sunshine in everybody's world this weekend. David, Lloyd, all our contestants, thank you so much for being here, guys. We're going to stick around. We've got Tim Rosen from Winona Earp coming up right after this break. So, Lloyd, you want to play us out?
Sure. Thanks, Chuck. Here we go. Get ready, everybody. This is the theme song of Count Crowley.
And away we go.
Do you feel left out when your friends discuss popular culture? Do you prefer to avoid social interaction altogether? Do you sometimes run from ghosts or apparitions in wide open fields, or move unnecessarily slowly for no apparent reason? Ask your doctor if the Chumcast is right for you. We inject all of the latest information directly into your bloodstream. Side effects include not knowing where the hell you are, occasional laughter, excessive flatulence, nausea and loss of balance, forgetting where you put your leftover hot dog, gross coughing in public places, wild flailing of your extremities, dissociative or multiple personality disorder, and believing that your parents were murdered in a dark alley.
At this Jordan. This is dead centered. This is dead centered. Have you seen what 9s are going for in the 88 Fleer All-Star? This is a dead center Jordan. Fire, man. Last week you pulled a Jordan and a nice Rodman. Now you got a Pippen. The trifecta.
Hey, everybody. Welcome back to Mainframe Comic Con 2.0. We are going to go ahead and keep the ball rolling here. Huge special thanks to everybody that joined in the cosplay contest. That was tons of fun. I see our director is back in the backstage area. So who's ready to run smooth? Joining us here to introduce our next guest, Mr. Tim Rosen, is, you know him from the Chumpcast, Smithers. Are you there, sir? How's it going?
I'm here. Everything's great. It's really good to see you, even if it's virtual. I don't know, man. I feel like every time I see you, something good's going on. So here we are. You've been doing a great job with Mainframe, and I'm really happy to be here.
We have been having such a blast here at Mainframe Comic Con. Can't think, is that it? Oh my God, I know exactly what your backdrop is. So without further ado, I'm going to go ahead and hand it over to you, let you have fun with your next guest. Enjoy, sir.
Thank you so much. So, hey, Tim.
Right.
Thanks so much for joining us. You know this man as Doc Holliday from the sci-fi series Winona Earp. He's Mutt Shit from Schitt's Creek and Isaac of Vagrant Queen most recently. Thank you so much for joining us, Tim. How are you?
I'm great. I mean, it's my absolute pleasure. Yeah, thanks for having me. This is a great cause. So,
of course. So let's start off by a little catch up here. What are you doing during this lockdown situation? Is there anything that you're, you pick up a new hobby, you binge watching anything?
Oddly enough, I did learn to juggle. I taught myself to juggle, and I made friends with a guy who I started watching his YouTube videos by the name of Juggling Josh. You can check him out on YouTube and his socials, and he was cool enough. I sent him a video of my progress on my socials, and then he sent me a whole bunch of juggling kits. So I've gone from the 3 balls to the bowling pins that he sent me, but it's like starting over with the pins, because the pins are just it's another level. Yeah, so I've taught myself to juggle. And I played guitar before, so now I've taught myself some harmonica. And,
okay.
I'm learning lots of Bob Dylan songs.
This is some jack of all trade stuff, man. That is not what I expected the answer to be. Is juggling.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So let's get right to it. Earlier in your career, you were pretty much a household name in Canada. You had a lot of shows going on: Rookie Blue, Flashpoint, The Listener. Now people are recognizing you more in Schitt's Creek, Winona Earp, Vagrant Queen, which airs the finales this Thursday, correct?
That is correct, my friend. Thursday
Awesome.
at 11 is the finale.
So what people might not know is that you're a big comic book fan. Is that true?
That is correct, my friend. I am more than a fan. I'm an addict, I think.
We all are. So can you tell me about how you got into it? I mean, was it when you were a kid? Did this come along when you were older, or?
Yeah, I'm a pretty much. It started from childhood. I got to attribute the G.I. Joe cartoon and the Transformers cartoon, and then when I found out there was a book, the first comic book I got into was obviously G.I. Joe. And then from G.I. Joe, I started getting into the Spider-Mans, which was a really good run. It was the Todd McFarlane time, and the first appearance of Venom was around that time. And then there was a book called Nom. And then I was really lucky enough to be around at the beginning of the TMNT, and I love that book. So I've got the original Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. So yeah, I mean, I started like that, and then I built my collection over the years. The cool thing is it was something that I hid for so long, and it's only really in the last honestly like 5 years that now I could be like, yeah, I've got long boxes and graded books, slabbed books. Like I'm a super fan. So getting to go to Comic-Con San Diego 3 years ago for the first time ever was it was just the greatest experience of my life. It was everything. Like, whatever happens, I lived a happy life. That's everybody just needs to know that. I went to Comic-Con,
Sure.
I made it there. Not only did I get to go, but I got to go as a guest and be on a panel. And, I had co-written a comic book that was at Comic-Con with a picture of a character that I played from a TV show based on a comic book, drawn in a comic. It's everything you can imagine. So
That's the dream, man. You're
That's
living
it.
it. Does that influence the roles that you go out for? Or I'm really curious to hear that. I mean, between Winona Earp and Vagrant Queen.
Yeah, that's the thing, my friend. Vagrant Queen came along at this time when unfortunately, Winona Earp went through something weird. And it sounded like we almost were going to lose our show. You know, I was at Comic-Con for season 3, did the panel. We got picked up by the network Sci-Fi for season 4 and 5, not just 1, 4 and 5 announced at the panel, Hall H Comic-Con. This was, life's good. I remember it was January. I had the beard going because I don't grow just a mustache anymore. I've learned to grow the beard and then you cut it into a mustache. If not, I'm walking around with a mustache for a whole year. So
honestly, I assume that with that beard, like it just ruins clippers when you try to trim it. It's so thick.
Yeah, well, this the quarantine's added to this one a bit. So, but I can't shave. So we're only halfway done season 4, and I got to go back and finish. So as soon as the government says it's okay for productions to get back together, I'm on a plane so we can finish.
So where are you in the shooting of season 4?
We had literally taken our hiatus. So we were halfway through and we were all saying goodbye to each other for a week. That's what we all thought.
Mm-hmm.
There was talk of stuff going on, and I knew stuff was a little more serious than everybody thought because I was supposed to go to Florida from Calgary, Alberta, Canada, and they weren't letting flights from Canada to the States. So as soon as I knew that, and everyone else was flying home to Canada, so they didn't have any flight restrictions, but I did. So I kind of had this weird feeling, well, maybe this isn't going to be a week. Maybe this is going to be a little something else. And then, of course, by the time I got home, it snowballed into where we're at now.
Well, let's stay on Winona Earp. This is obviously based on the IDW comic. Were you familiar with this before you went out? How did the audition process go?
Well, I wasn't familiar with the comic book written by Bo Smith, but I was familiar with the character of Doc Holliday. I'd be remiss to say I didn't know the Val Kilmer or even the Dennis Quaid portrayal because I'd probably watched both those films good 50 times. I loved both those movies. I loved Westerns. I loved Doc Holliday. I mean, it's just always been a part of me. So when that part came, yeah, man, I was like, there was no nerves because sometimes, in these screen tests or these situations, there can be nerves, but this was pure excitement because I loved it. I would just get out of my way. Get me in the room. I'm so ready to do this part. Like, just put me in, coach. Let me, like, this is the dream. This is it. This is, and this is at a time when I was already on a great show. I was on Schitt's Creek. This was, I think, this was in between the season 2, season 3 of Schitt's Creek that I went out for Winona Earp and Earp came along and it was just lightning in a bottle for me. Just reading those words, it was like, this part's meant for me, and I couldn't wait to do it, and it's been an honor ever since. And I honestly, I never thought I was going to get that feeling again, but I did with Vagrant Queen, oddly enough, because in that little weird break I was talking about when I wasn't sure if Winona Earp was coming back or not, I got the sides for Vagrant Queen based on a comic book, and I read the comic book this time. I went out and got the book by Madeline Visaggio and Jason Smith from Vault Comics. I read it and I loved it. And I felt like I had the edge because I read the book before my callback. So I kind of got Isaac. I understood the character and I said, okay, if I'm not going to do Doc Holliday, I got to get this Isaac part. I got to get it. And then, of course, 2 days after I signed the contract for Isaac, Winona Earp coming back. And, I told my wife, I'll see you in a year.
Curse with too much work. It's a burden.
It was the only thing that it's just the ultimate blessing. The only thing that made it weird is I also found out we were having a baby at the same time.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Yeah, he's 5 months old, but it was in this business we say feast or famine. That's what it is. It's literally there's like, I'm never gonna work again. There's no work. Or how can I handle all this work? It's just too much. So
okay, so I'm gonna go a little off script here. My wife is 37 weeks pregnant.
Yeah.
What do I do? Like, how do I dad?
Listen to me, man. I'm so happy for you. Congratulations.
That's amazing.
And I was you. I'm telling you, I was you. So don't worry, all the answers come. And like people told me tips and whatever, and it's just don't go with the flow, man. In the beginning, you got to be there for her, obviously. You know, she's going through a hell of a lot more than you are.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, so and then enjoy every moment, every second. It changes so quickly. Each week to week change. Now it's day to day. He's just changing. If I can recommend one thing, there's a book that I read called Precious Little Sleep. If you can find that book, and it's going to help you immensely. And it's just about kind of sleep training. You know, you start at about a month old. You can't really sleep train a child at the beginning, and it's not like that crying one. There's a technical term for that one. I can't remember the one, but anyway, it's not that. It's different. But it's worked for us, and he sleeps like a dreamboat. So
I'm on it. It's on my list. Thank you.
Precious Little Sleep. Yeah. I'm so happy for you, man.
Thank you so much.
I was so nervous, and I said, I can't do this. But best thing that ever happened.
I can see the happiness in your face, and that gives me hope.
Yeah.
Thank
You're
you.
gonna be you'll be fine. It's just, you know, the world's scary, so now it's scarier.
Okay, well, let's get back down to business, though. Yeah. You got a chance to write a little bit for IDW. Can you talk a little bit about that? And I mean, is this something you want to maybe work more on?
Mm-hmm. Like I said, you know, what else can I ask for? You know, I get to play Doc Holliday on a comic book show, and I got to go to Comic Con, and you think it can't get better, and then it does. I meet Bo Smith, the creator of Winona Earp, one of the humblest, kindest men I've ever met in my life. And he's been in the comic book business for years. If you know comics, you know Bo Smith. He's written Batman to you name it. Bo Smith he's been there. He was one of the original guys when Image opened. You know what I mean? The first Comic Con we went to, he said, "Oh, my friend's gonna come by the green room and say hi. Is that cool?" His friend was Jim Lee.
Never heard of him.
You know, and Bo didn't say who it was. He didn't make a big deal about it. And man, did Jim love Bo. Like, you could see that these, you know, you said, "Oh, this Bo's a big deal." Just by the way Jim was talking to him, you knew Bo's somebody. Anyway, him and we hit it off like peas and carrots. We started talking comics. The opportunity came from IDW. I think it was more of to be honest, in the beginning, just a sales pitch. You know, let's have the actor say he co-wrote one of the books, and we're going to say it's the character based on his book. I mean, it's a great idea, you know, but I was ready. I was ready. So Bo Smith called me and he says, "You can write." I says, "Yeah, I told you." He says, "Okay, we're going to co-write this book for real. Let's do this." And I'm not saying that there wasn't the idea before, but, you know, I think it was going to be completely his story and everything. And no, Bo let me come in with story points, and when I wrote, we write. And then now we've written 2 graphic novels together. So what's that, like almost 5, 10, 12 single issues together we've co-written. I've written almost 12 comic books, if you think about that. It's crazy.
That's amazing.
Amazing.
Do you have any ideas for, you know, standalones or?
100%. Yeah, I've been working on one during this. Juggling is just
no better time. Juggling and writing at the same time.
Don't worry, I'm juggling. But I mean, yeah, of course, creatively, I've been working on something that, and it's Western. It's Western. I love those Western comic books. Six Gun is incredible. But this is more an old timey stuff. I got to write a Doc Holliday story, but like an original one from back in like 1865, and I loved it. I just loved the romantic style of writing an old Western. So I've kind of been working on that. And I owe it all to Bo Smith. You got to think about the humility of that man to let someone else come into his book. This is his book and his characters, and he lets me write them. He trusts me to write them. The guy's incredible. And he's taught me, to learn from one of the best of all time. It's crazy. So I just soak it up like a sponge and enjoy every second.
I mean, don't be too humble. You know, talent meets opportunity. Then there you go. So I'm excited to see what else you got.
Right, I was ready. Trust me, I had stories and I had written, and I was ready. I was ready. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Let's shift gears a little bit here. I obviously am a big Schitt's Creek fan. It's the Rosebud Motel is behind me. you got a chance to work with some comedy icons,
Mhm.
and I'm curious: is that intimidating? Does it boost you comedically? Tell me a little bit about working with Catherine O'Hara and Eugene Levy.
Yeah. Well, first of all, absolutely petrified in the beginning. You know, of course, but they're just about the nicest people in the world. Eugene's great, and I loved the Toronto Blue Jays at the time, so he no one else did. And I was like his baseball guy. So you talk baseball with Eugene, he was happy. So he liked me right away, you know, and I had that, we had that in him from day one. I said, oh, wow, this guy wants to talk about the Jays. He was nice enough to take me to a game, and you know, I go to the game where, of course, front row, Sky Dome, well, Blue Jays, whatever it's called now. It's always going to be the Sky Dome for me. And it's next to the batter's box, and all the Jays come over and they all say hi to Eugene, of course, because that's his season tickets, whatever. You know, Batista's coming over. How you doing, Eugene? And Eugene's talking to everybody. And Eugene said, my friend's going to join us. And it was Geddy Lee from Rush.
Wow.
Just like that, I'm at the Blue Jays game, front row with Eugene Levy and Geddy Lee. No biggie, you know. I'm just wondering, how did this happen? Where did I get here? And Catherine O'Hara she's just incredible. Luckily for me, I had all my stuff with Annie. And Annie, she's the most amazing girl, and she's super humble also, which is very key. I'll never forget the moment. If you remember the Jezebels episode.
Of course.
Yes. Okay. So Moira is going to go in and she's going to audition. I got to see that in a read through, that performance, for the first time before anybody else. So for anybody who doesn't know what a read through is, before each episode is filmed, everybody gets together and we just read it around a round table. You know, you can give a little emotion here and there, but mostly it's just, you just reading it. The writers want to hear it out loud. Somebody's timing it. It's very, you know, it's never what you end up seeing on camera. Annie and I were sitting next to each other. She was digging her nails into my arm because we were watching Catherine O'Hara do this impromptu, full-on performance, singing. And she was digging her nails into me, just like, can you believe how lucky we are to be in this room during this moment, to see this magic happen? And because you just know you're lucky, you're watching royalty. But I'll tell you this. What I learned about comedy, and especially from watching them, is it's hard. It's a different training of acting. They've got it down to a science. They know inflections on words, that if you hit a word with a certain inflection, it will make it funny. How they do that, I don't know. You know, Schitt's Creek, lucky enough, I played the straight man. I was the one who's not going to be funny, which makes it funnier because
I was going to say, I don't want to interrupt, but your straight manness,
exactly. It makes it all funny, but you understand your role. And then, which really blew my mind, is then you try and understand Eugene, because Eugene is supposed to be the straight man, but he can be just as funny as the other person, where normally you have a straight man and then like a Chris's character, who's kind of the bigger character, and you're supposed to have, you know, one, you know, but Eugene has the ability to be both at once. It's crazy.
It's the eyebrows, man. I'm telling you.
It's next level. And of course, in Schitt's Creek, you cannot mention it without Dan. It's Dan Levy. It's I mean, that's his baby, and it's what an incredible cast. And his sister is just, you know, the Levys, they're just very talented, and they're great actors. And it was just one of those things. Again, you just pinch yourself and you wonder, how am I here? How am I a part of such magic? It's crazy.
So when you were on set, did you pick up any? I know a lot of the show was improv. Did you pick up any skills there, or did you just kind of sit back and let the masters work?
Yeah, listen, Ryan, I'm a goody two shoes. Okay, I'm like a real scaredy cat. I learn my lines like exactly what the writer wrote, and you have the writers. Martin Short's brother is one of the writers, and Dan Levy is writing episodes. I'm not going to start taking liberties with these guys' words. You're given gold anyway. You're given gold anyway. And what I did learn with a lot, especially on Schitt's Creek, is saying nothing is better than talking a lot. You know, reacting is better than acting a lot. I've learned that the reactor is actually sometimes is the funnier way, and to learn to tone down those reactions, because Mutt, I just tried to tone it all down, whereas Isaac is bigger. Isaac is the first time I'm playing a character that's the funny. He's a little more out there. He's, you want him to be bigger. The note was always just go a little bigger with Isaac, whereas with Mutt it was just keep the containment, contain it. So you learn there's tricks and levels to all of it.
So I want to get to Vagrant Queen shortly, but as I'm talking to you now, what I'm seeing is the next Wolverine to me. I mean, you're Canadian, you got the beard. I don't know how tall you are, but I mean,
yeah,
Hugh Jackman was tall anyway, so who cares?
Yeah.
Is there a role out there that's, like, yes, this is the one that I would risk my entire career on? Like, this is what I want to be.
I gotta tell you, I mean, it's tough. It's, of course you want to have dreams, you do, and I want to have those things, but Doc Holliday, that was it. Like I got to be Doc, I love Isaac, I love much shit, but getting to be Doc Holliday, I remember that moment, man. Before that happened, I told my wife, I said the words that came out of my mouth. I said, you know what the dream is, babe? I just want to be on a show that goes to Comic-Con. Imagine we get to go to Comic-Con with a show. A year later, I was on a panel at Comic-Con. The universe gave me exactly what I asked for. So I'm scared to ask for more, because I've been given so much, and I don't ever want to take that for granted. Listen, my favorite character is Silver Surfer. He's my all-time favorite. And people always ask me, well, if they make a Surfer movie, would you want to be the Surfer? My answer is no. I'm that much of a fan. I'm not the Silver. I'm not Norrin Rad. I don't know who Norrin Rad is, but it ain't me. And I want to go. I want to go watch that movie. I want to go sit in the theater. I want to watch someone else do it. I don't know who it is. They're going to be perfect for it, and that's that.
Did you look differently at Doc Holliday after you played the role for a little bit?
What I did do is not watch Tombstone or not watch Wyatt Earp, but that's for sure. It had been a couple of years since I watched either one of those movies, just because anyone who's a fan of Doc Holliday, you're well aware, especially Val Kilmer. I mean, most people can quote that movie, of
course,
word for word. So I'm not going to do that. What I did do is look at the original old pictures of him and realize he had a really big mustache. So I said, the one thing Val didn't have was the big mustache. I said, I'm going to grow the big mustache, because if I can do anything, I'll try and be, as real as he was physically. And so that's what I said. I said, I'm going to grow the mustache. And, Wynonna Earp's just the universe that you're so free to create the character that you want. And he's, now he's a vampire. Spoiler alert, season 3, guys. There's a lot going on. So you can take some liberties, and it doesn't have to be, I didn't want to be a Doc Holliday we've already seen before. That's for sure. Cause it's been done so well, even Willie Nelson was freaking Doc Holliday. So
hard to top.
Yeah, exactly.
Big shoes to fill. Okay. So we only got a couple minutes left. I want you to talk about Vagrant Queen a little bit. Obviously this is first season finale is coming up this Thursday, 11 on Sci-Fi. What can you sell us on your character in the show overall?
It's just, listen, I say 3 words. It's heart, it's hectic, it's humor. It's a great show. It's a black female lead in a sci-fi role for the first time, maybe ever. The 2 girls are the love story. It's a beautiful space romantic comedy of madness and insanity and debauchery and crazy aliens, and at the end of the day, it's about a family, and it's about 3 strangers from different galaxies that come together and try and beat the bad guy. And the bad guy's played by the amazing Paul Dutoit. It was filmed in South Africa. The crew there did an incredible job. Some of the best prosthetics I've ever seen, and it was a blast to play. And it's based on the comic book by Madeline Visaggio and Jason Smith. And if you know comics, you know who I'm talking about. So
Absolutely.
Everybody should check that Vault comic out. Read the book, and then check the show.
We got one quick question, and then we'll let you go. From Nim Makes Boom Hansen, how long you suspended on wires to create those Vagrant Queen mannequin challenge shots? That sounds like it was intense.
Yeah, so Jem Gerard, our showrunner and writer and like director, just the heart and soul of Vagrant Queen, she had this amazing idea of these things called the Mannequin Challenge. So it looked like a comic book. The whole screen freezes like that. Each episode with different scenarios. One is when Nim goes boom. When Nim goes boom, grenade, and it was each one was different. So I have no answer. There was definitely a lot of green screen or green boxes you were on, depending on how you were hung or wired. I remember last week's was May, Alex McGregor. She was on wires for a while. She was definitely up on wires for a while, but it's well worth it when you see it, how cool it looks. So
very cool.
Yeah.
Well, Tim, we're just about out of time. I want to thank you once again for hopping on to do this. If there's anything else you'd like to plug, any upcoming projects or anything like that, social media, let us know now.
No, just all the best for you and what's coming in your life, my friend. Exciting stuff, my friend.
Thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. And thanks to everybody who's tuning in and donating for a great cause. Mainframe Comic Con. Tim, you're the man. Thank you so much.
Oh, you are. Thank you so much for having me.
All right. Be well.
You too. Ciao.
Chicago Comics is the premier comic and collectible shop located in the heart of the Windy City. Founded in 1991, Chicago Comics brings a large and comprehensive comic book selection to collectors of all ages. Chicago Comics specializes in small press and hard-to-find indie comic titles and carries almost all available superhero titles and tons of merchandise. Toys and statues, clothing, and collectibles, Chicago Comics has everything you were looking for and a whole lot more. Whether you're a hardcore collector, casual fan, or weekly reader, you'll find what you're looking for at Chicago Comics. Open 7 days a week, stop by Chicago Comics, 3244 North Clark Street in the heart of Chicago's Lakeview neighborhood. Or check them out online at chicagocomics.com.
Available now from Cold War, Fight Your Friends, the fun and fast card dueling game featuring incredible characters from your favorite indie comics. From a huge cast of characters, choose a crew of 10 fighters and rumble with your buddy across 4 action-packed rounds of magic, muscle, and mayhem. Fight Your Friends. All you need is 10 cards, 10 minutes, and 1 friend.
Hey everybody, my name is Ryan McClellan from Yesterday's Entertainment Tomorrow, and I hope you are enjoying the fun and excitement of Mainframe Comic Con, a truly one-of-a-kind Comic-Con experience. In between all the celebrity interviews, you can check out how to donate to the American Red Cross and Hero Initiative, and also check out my channel for all the latest and greatest entertainment news. Celebrity interviews like Intellivision CEO Tommy Tallarico.
Grandma ain't going to be playing Night Stalker. I can tell you this right now.
The cast of Clerks.
You guys disgust me.
And the hottest journalists like Drunkle Vader.
3 glorious hours of previews of movies I have no interest in seeing.
We look forward to you subscribing the channel. And now back to Mainframe Comic Con.
Hey guys, welcome back to Mainframe Comic Con 2.0. Huge thank you to Tim Rosen and Ryan Smith for that amazing panel that just took place. That was one of the funnest of the entire weekend. So we're gonna go ahead and keep the ball rolling. Joining us here are the creators, the brain children behind Heavy Metal Magazine, and here to kind of kick it all off is the CEO of Heavy Metal Magazine, Mr. Matt Medney. Matt, are you there? How's it going, man?
What's up, guys? How you doing?
We are doing phenomenal. You got a whole cast of creators there in the backstage. So let's go ahead and get everybody on. And Matt, you're going to run with this one. So have fun chatting with your friends, man. Can't wait to hear more about Heavy Metal Magazine and everything you guys are doing. So take it away, sir.
Thanks, Chuck. So I guess, is there a way to get everybody else in? Oh, shit. There we go. There's George. There's Joe Illich.
Hey, what's up?
Oh.
Hey, guys.
What up, Jody?
How's it going, everyone? Awesome. How are you? All right. Good to meet you, Mr. Fogler. What's happening?
You too, Joe. So we got George C. Romero, the son of the great George A?
Yeah.
Yeah, I brain glitched there for a second.
Really?
Night of the Living Dead and the creator of The Rise, which Heavy Metal is very, very proud to be producing with George. We have Joseph Village, our executive editor, who heads most of the stories that go from page to screen. Joe, how you doing?
All right. It's a good
And
Sunday.
then we have Mr. Dan Jody Capes Fogler.
Yeah, right, man. That's my wife. I had I'm borrowing her computer.
I love it. I love the backdrop you created.
Yeah, it's got all the books and posters, and I had my 40X podcast yesterday. So
amazing, because you're still out in Europe, right?
Yeah, the UK.
Hey, you got that little mobile setup. I love it.
Yeah.
But
ground control to Major Tom.
Oh boy, there we go now. Set the mood. Yeah.
That's right. How you guys doing? All right?
We're doing good. I think it's last night was a little crazy for I think everyone here in the States. I don't know how much you saw of it, Dan, because crazy.
My hometown, New York, is not as right down.
Dude,
I'm in Brooklyn, right down the street.
Yeah, man. I'm in Flatbush, and 3 blocks away there were protests.
Oh my God,
Barclays.
You're in Flatbush.
Yep. Barclays, and then before that it was Grand Army Plaza. So
scary.
Nuts.
I was planning already, obviously, today for us to just talk about like story and creativity and all that, but due to the events of last night, I thought it'd be interesting to kind of talk about it through the lens of the repressive society that we live in and how expressive story and kind of something that George and I have talked about, and he dubbed it, so I don't even want to come close to trying to say that, but I love the films used to be dangerous tag. And I think that yesterday is almost a manifestation of that not being like allowed, right? Art as an explosive piece of narrative for society keeps things kind of not necessarily in check, but with good conversation happening about tough topics all the time, right? And when you take away and when you make story and what we do for a living kind of vanilla, I think it propagates things like yesterday and kind of what we've been feeling to happen more and more when there isn't a respectful outlet to talk about those types of things, it kind of all comes to a head.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the thing is, the 4 of us here and all the people that are involved in heavy metal has had a tradition for science fiction, fantasy, and horror. When you think about that, all of those genres are really speculative fiction, right? In one way or another. So like, when you're talking about science fiction, you're talking about the present disguised as the future, right? When you're talking about horror, horror is metaphorical, right? It's metaphorical of our fears and our vices and our weaknesses as a society. And fantasy is kind of like this bridge where we really engage what our possibilities are. And fantasy really stems a lot from history, historical empires, evolution of societies, development and destruction of cultures. So basically, what these times should do is they should inspire unfiltered art, right? So there are no shackles anymore. Like any story you want to tell, there's no gatekeeper stopping you because you can do it online. You can go to YouTube, you can have a web comic, and basically the narrative of now is say it. Whatever it is, however raw it is, however painful it is, however unfiltered it is, you need to say it. And what you're going to find is that there's a lot of people out there who feel what you feel. And that's your audience, right?
Yeah, I mean, that is, to kind of hone in on Dan's Brooklyn Gladiator a little bit, which comes out, I guess, a month from now almost, basically, which is fantastic. that's one of the things that got me when I first read it before any of this. Because I think, Dan, I read it for the first time probably in October?
Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah, I'm just sitting here freaking out about the fact that both Brooklyn Gladiator and Fish Kill, the prequel to Brooklyn Gladiator, they're just prophetic, and and it scares me.
I agree. I agree. It's you write something that you think can almost be a warning to society, right?
Yeah.
And then as it's being prepared to come out, it starts to unfold in real time.
Yeah. And I saw this this disinformation. It's like a anti-TED talk with Grant Morrison once, and he was, I don't know if you guys saw this, but he was talking about, like, beware of what you write, because you start to look like the characters that you're writing, and you start to, if it's really good and it catches on, you start to manifest things. He's talking, when at the time I was listening to him, he was like, "Oh, you're talking about magic? Okay." But then when you write something and then you look up and you're like, "Oh my God, that's the headlines," you start to speculate about this and say, "Is there something to it?" I mean, you get enough people thinking about a possible apocalypse, and then you could very well manifest that with everyone's mental energy focusing on.
I agree. I think it's an interesting place because George, with the Rise, some of the iterations. I mean, obviously, I always love to go back to what you do to Pennsylvania. It's my favorite. It's my favorite thing in the writing process. But the Rise also has a lot of civil unrest threads that are, I guess, motifs or parallels to society, right? And I feel like there's, I mean, I don't want to say too much, but like, you know what I'm saying? Like, what are your thoughts about like how story can kind of parallel?
I think everybody's making really good points, and I think that the line about beware what you write is a really good piece of advice. But see, I'm kind of the mind, and I always have been, that if somebody warns me to beware of something like that, I race toward it, right? So if somebody says be careful, if you're gonna immerse yourself in something and write that, then you have to look out for what that's going to do to you. Well, why the fuck would I do that when I'm never going to get the truth out on the page if I don't let it do to me whatever it's going to do to me, right? And specifically with Rise, one of my favorite things about it was the decision to set it against sort of an alternative history of real events. And for writing for so long, I think that it was so crazy to kind of dive into the research of the time and dive into alternative research from the time periods that the film or that the story covers, and kind of try to submerge myself into that and just run with it and see where it went. Joe, you said that horror is a metaphor, and it absolutely is a metaphor, but it's also a place where we have to, like you said, we have to say it, right? No matter what it is, we have to let it out. No matter and a lot of us, we have our views, we have our opinions, and we feel more than other people realize that we feel when it comes to other people we care about, people we don't even know, the world, society as a whole. We have to feel a little bit more than I think, or let ourselves, or be willing to let ourselves feel the pain and the joy and the suffering and the happiness as much as we can, because otherwise we'll never understand it, and we'll never be able to kind of truly write that stuff, and we'll never be able to say the stuff about those things that scares us. The scariest thing about happiness is losing it, right?
The scariest thing about life is death.
Right. And the scariest thing about death is just kind of that moment of transition from life to death. That's really the scary part. That's the only thing that scares us about death, is that one instant right between where we're at now and where we are in like that, you know?
Fear of the unknown.
So
right.
And there's like this microsecond that is literally the root of the biggest fear that most of us have. You know, that's kind of, anyway, I don't even know if I answered your question.
No, I mean, I could just listen to you talk about that all day. So. But Joe, for people that don't know, before you were at Heavy Metal, you were at Valiant, and before that, you were at DC, and you're the editor of record for Batman, which encompasses one of the most anarchist characters ever created, with the Joker. How did your time at DC and working through stories with the Joker parallel to how it was trying to also be a cautionary tale or a piece of expression for the time, et cetera, et cetera?
Yeah, I mean, the powerful thing about the Joker is that he's really like myth. He's like this meme that is imprinted in society and can be interpreted in a number of different ways. So at the time when I was working on the Joker, I think the greatest influence was The Killing Joke by Alan Moore and Brian Bolland. And what that kind of really put forth was the Joker is created when a human being is broken.
Right, like the movie.
Exactly. When you break somebody and either they are destroyed, or if they're not destroyed, they're transformed, and they have to be transformed into someone who is defiant. And so it started from The Killing Joke. From my editorial perspective, what I felt was a real interesting hone in on the Joker. It wasn't even the Joaquin Phoenix interpretation. It was really the Heath Ledger interpretation in The Dark Knight. And the reason I say that is because his rationale was basically, I'm the only one that sees it clearly. You're all deluded, and I am going to forcibly make you all understand how things really work. He called himself an agent of chaos in that scene in the hospital with Harvey Dent. And so his self-awareness of his purpose, that really crystallized the Joker, right? So just as Batman is this potent force that is imprinted in society, the need to fight back, the Joker kind of represents the need to destroy illusions.
Yeah, like for me, nothing is more on point with that than when he burns his half of the money. Right?
Exactly.
So he gives, to your point, he gives the rationale on screen. He's like, you're burning money. I'm burning my part of the money. I'm not burning your part of the money. And that's like such a level of evil that, like, even though it's not harming anyone, it makes anyone's hair stand up, because you're like, this guy really doesn't care.
But dude, at the end of that scene, he says the sentence that totally keys in with our society and what happened yesterday. He said, everything burns.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah.
Everything burns, dude.
But you're talking about defiance. Joe, you said, that it was born out of a need to be defiant, right? And so that means you have to define the perimeter of the defiance, right? So I mean, you can't just say defy everything. Like you have to. I'm sorry, you triggered me on that, so I just jumped in. I hope that's cool.
No, let's go. That's good.
Like
yeah.
How do you define that? How do you define the boundaries of defiance, and how do you define what a character like the Joker is then defying? Because you can't just defy there has to be like a priority list.
Yeah, there's always balance. Then you have the Batman. Remember last time we were talking about Dirty Harry and the Scorpion. It's the same thing. Batman and the Joker, they're the mirror image of each other. And Joker will only go as far as the Batman will go, and the Batman will only go as far as the Joker will go. Right? It's like,
Which is the last scene.
Eternally tied.
It's the last scene of The Dark Knight where he's hanging upside down. He's like, "You won't kill me." It's that.
That's right.
Yeah, it's
That's
that right there.
Yep.
And he won't let anybody kill him but Batman. You know, it's like he's stuck.
And the sad thing is that the Joker also turns out to be a prophet, right? Because if you look at that film, basically almost everything he said would come true comes true. Like, to me, one of the most powerful scenes is when he's in the interrogation room with Batman, and he basically tells him, he's like, you know, sure, they need you now, but when they don't, like, they'll cast you out like a leper, right? And he basically says, like, you know, I'll show you when the chips are down, these civilized people will eat each other.
He's telling truth.
You know what I mean? Like that, like
yeah.
his philosophy is truly like, it's a guidebook for a way to like see society.
He sees through it. He sees through it. He's the fool from King Lear, man. You don't take him seriously, but he's the smartest guy in the room.
That's right.
100%.
That's right.
100%. And that movie does a really good job of establishing in the first scene that he's the smartest man in the room, right? First scene of the movie.
Hell yeah.
First scene
the
of the
bank
movie.
heist. Come on.
Yep.
By the end of the heist, right as the credits roll, you're like, okay, this is a different Joker than Jack Nicholson Joker, and this is a different Joker than the more comedic Mark Hamill Joker. This is like a statistician, right? This is someone who is systematically going to destabilize a society.
Yep.
The other Alan Moore thing that the other Alan Moore story that you reminded me of was Watchmen and the comedian, and he's the comedian he's the Joker if he was on the good guy's side.
Right.
He does horrible things. You know, he sells his soul, and he sees how horrible everything is, and he sees the truth of everything. It's the similar kind of character.
No,
Yep,
that's a really good point, Dan. I never thought of it that way, but the comedian is the best case Joker scenario, right? That's a cool take on it, because if you think about it, the Killing Joke Joker from Alan Moore is the comedian on the other side of the spectrum, right? So they're the same character written by the same person on the complete opposite ends of a spectrum. And I feel like he used that as a guiding principle, right? Both are normal guys. One joins the army, one's life's down, one's broken, and then the other one is a victor who's broken by victory.
Holy shit.
Well said. Good.
That was nice.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, nobody can follow that.
Yeah, that was pretty intense, Matt.
I really low-key love The Killing Joke, both the book and the movie and the animated movie. They are fantastic.
Yeah, I mean that story has a point, to it.
All good stories do. I mean, and that's what we started talking about at the top of this thing, is that films used to be dangerous, is how I say it, because that's where I come from. But I mean, stories used to be dangerous. Storytelling used to be dangerous. Poetry used to be dangerous. It was designed to be dangerous. It was designed to promote the independent thought that everything has been born from. It was designed to not only carry on knowledge, but it was designed to skew that knowledge and to skew it in a way that helps shape free thinking, so that we move forward. I think, seeking it out, like drinking from the fountain of anti-establishment, right? Like, I mean, that's kind of what I mean by that. It's always been dangerous thought. When I say dangerous, I mean dangerous to the people who don't want us thinking a certain way, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's what it means.
And I would take that one step further and say everything in our society has a line graph that breaks the that breaks the plane of effective once too much money comes into play. There's like a perfect XY balance for everything: sports, film, TV. In the 90s, athletes got paid a really fair wage, and you had some of the best players to ever play the game. Now, players get paid an exorbitant amount of money, and they just don't care as much. And maybe there's flashy players, maybe they're more jacked, but they're not talented the way you had a Scottie Pippen and a Michael Jordan. And if you watch The Last Dance, but that's because they weren't driven by money; they were driven by the sport. Now, how are you driven by the sport when you're taking home $50 million a year to kick a ball around? Same thing with movies, right? When every movie wasn't made to be a blockbuster, you had some really great movies that came out. Now everything is like, how does it make 100 million versus how does it make a point? And as those things start coming, it dilutes the integrity of the medium that is being analyzed.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting that you bring in the equation of money because, you know, one of the biggest, I think, obstacles to art is that America hardwires us to want wealth, right? Like, my life is a success if I'm making this amount of money, right? But let's say you totally took the desire for wealth out of the equation and you said to yourself something like, I'm cool with having an okay life and just expressing whatever the hell I want. I don't ever want the big deal. I don't ever want the big contract. I don't ever want the fame. I just want to tell stories. That person is more powerful than the other person, right? Because the other person will make stuff for commodification, and that stuff will be forgettable. All the stuff that's formula, that will all be forgotten in time, right? But the person who makes a Full Metal Jacket, right? That's kind of like coming from a different place, right? Night of the Living Dead, that coming from a different place. When The Walking Dead was created, the plan wasn't, I'm going to make a comic to get rich. Kirkman said, I want to write the zombie story that never ends, because he had grown up on zombie stories, right? So it's like, interestingly enough, when we really look at the people whom have succeeded, and Matt, you and I go back and forth about the visionaries in society all the time. We talk about Phil Knight, we talk about Steve Jobs. It's like, these are people who actually wanted to accomplish something. They didn't say, I want to be a billionaire. That was never the frame of mind, right? So
Elon Musk,
if we don't let ourselves get distracted, don't get distracted by the money, but decide that you want to put out the best art.
Well,
that's where your strength lies.
I absolutely agree with you. You're also talking about a playing field thing here too, right? Like, because Matt, you said athletes in the 90s were more talented than athletes today. What I see in that is that there were just, now everybody's that talented. Just like artists, we didn't start out to get rich because the idea of getting rich in the 90s off of writing or something was such a foreign concept. It was just shit we had to do. Now there's so much content out there. There's so many deals to be had. There's so many places that will snatch up things that may or may not be up to a certain par when it comes to story or character or something, but they'll snatch it for the marketing and the commercialism of it. So the playing field has gotten bigger. So, you know, it becomes a question of as the playing field expands, how do you stand out? And then it even, I'll take it one step further, and to the point where, you know, so many indie artists that we talk to in the brigade and stuff, they don't do it to stand out. They do it just because they don't have a fucking choice, you know? And I think that's when we were all coming up, that was where we were coming from with our stuff. We didn't have a choice. Whatever in our life led us to the reasons that we started creating, we did it because we didn't have a choice. We didn't think about money. We didn't think about running this or running that or being a big wig or having $1 billion. It just wasn't anything. $1 billion wasn't even thrown around in the 90s unless you were talking about massive corporations. You just didn't use it. You know what I mean? It was like it was a completely unachievable number or a goal. All you wanted to do was be able to pay your rent with your art, so you didn't have to go be miserable.
And I think that's what Joe's saying, and that's what I'm saying also, is that those are the people that then end up rising to the top, because my dad has a term for people that create stuff for the masses without the consideration of art, and it's called commercial creativity. It's something that is just for commercially viable items. It's really a term used in ad agencies, right? How do we make something commercially viable versus how do I just create something that's prophetic, like Brooklyn Gladiator, where you just had an idea, right, Dan? You had an idea for a story based on maybe your own vision of a worst case scenario, or
wow, Brooklyn Gladiator I was thinking about this ever since 9/11 happened. I was about 20 blocks away from 9/11, and I thought, wow, I just went down many different rabbit holes, conspiracy theories, just trying to figure out what the hell is going on, who's in control, who's pulling the strings. And then I always like the idea of writing a dystopian story where the main character rejected everything that was coming at him, that he was just on this search for truth. All the tech, all the pollution, all the poison that marinating in society, redacting all the information. He just saw right through it, and he went the opposite direction, whereas everybody was just diving head on into, give me the nanite injection, like full on, like heading toward the singularity. The hero, my hero was like, no, I'm going to go inside. I'm going to, and he learns how to astral project, and he learns how to navigate and work the system to his own, for his own gain. And eventually he goes from being this Robin Hood to being a fucking, Jedi. He hones his psychic abilities, and then he basically is able to save the world. But what I did was I took all the headlines that were happening right now, and I turned I turned the dial up, and it's just insane how everything started coming to fruition now, to the point where I was like, oh my God, I'm not writing a dystopian sci-fi futuristic comic book. All these things are happening right fucking now. Yeah. So that's why I started writing Fishkill, which is, the prequel to Brooklyn Gladiator. And if I tell you, it's wild, man. What's going on here? We're about to get kicked off.
We're about to get kicked out in a second.
Yeah.
I know, dude. I'm just sitting here listening, man.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, I'm loving this.
It's I think, okay, just to tie everything together, it's our fucking job, man. It's our job. It's freaky to think, oh shit, this stuff is coming to fruition, but it's our job as artists. It's our job as the jesters and the fools that we were talking about in the king's court, in this court, to stand up and put a mirror up to society and say, guys, we need to think about, we need to look at these riots, we need to look at this pandemic, and we need to examine it, and we need to create stories out of it so we can learn from it. I mean, it's all about learning from what's happening before us. I mean,
and we can understand it, because there's going to be a lot of people that see the news of the pandemic or watch the riots and either live in parts of the country or live in circumstance where maybe it doesn't connect what is happening. And a lot of times I think we're the gatekeepers, and we're the scribes that can translate, be it horrific, experimental, and other things that happen in society, and translate it into a digestible adventure or narrative for someone to be like, oh, I get it.
I like to say the sugar with the medicine. You know, we're bestowing knowledge here, but we're obviously it's got to be entertaining. You know, but that's our job, and that's what we got to keep.
You guys have done an awesome job. We cannot thank you enough. Dan, second appearance, aka Jody. Is it Dan or Jody? Dan, Joe, George, Matt. This was great. I wish it could have run for an entire hour. So please come back for Mainframe 3 coming soon to a streaming device near you. Thanks a lot, Matt. Any final words as we move on to our next panel?
No, I just thanks to George, Joe, and Dan for coming on, and hope everybody that listened got some knowledge and have a little something to think about tonight before they get into their week.
That was great, man. Thank you all so much for being here on Mainframe. Guys, we're going to go ahead and roll into our next guest in here in just a second. I'm going to go ahead and, as these guys are leaving the chat, hey, see you later. Always the last one to leave, man.
I don't know. I don't know what the hell I'm doing here. Goodbye.
There we go, guys. So let's go ahead and keep the train rolling here at Mainframe Comic Con 2.0. Our next guest, I am so excited to have him here on Mainframe, a new friend of mine, guys. You know him. He starred as Bobby Budnick in Nickelodeon's Salute Your Shorts. He appeared on some of the most beloved 1980s series, including Different Strokes, Growing Pains, MacGyver of all things, Dukes of Hazzard, Mr. Belvedere. He was the voice of Montana Max in Tiny Toons Adventures and is currently working on a project I'm not sure I'm allowed to talk about. So please put your virtual hands together for my new best friend, Mr. Danny Cooksey. How's it going? Oh my God, are you at the beach?
Yeah, well, no, I'm outside. It's such a nice day here. So I was like, you know what? Let me come outside here and enjoy the beautifulness.
Absolutely. See, you're doing it right, man. You know, we're all stuck here in social quarantine. Might as well just step out on the back porch or something and enjoy what looks like a beautiful California day.
Right, it is. Yesterday was like rainy and like gross, and I was like, oh, forget this. I'm gonna get my pasty ass some sun.
Well, let's go ahead and dive into it, man. I mean, first and foremost, I'm curious, kind of what are you up to during this time of social quarantine, man? Are you binge watching anything cool on TV?
Man, jeez. Yeah, too much. That's all I do is like sit out at night. I started Space Force last night. That was pretty funny on Netflix.
I haven't started that yet. Is it good?
You know, it was pretty funny. I watched the first one. It was funny. Watched the Jeffrey Epstein thing. My daughter is not as funny as Space Force, oddly enough. My daughter, I have a 21-year-old daughter, and she's like does the whole like Marvel thing. So she's like, you have to watch all of these movies, Dad, and like in order. Here's the list. Here's a link to how to watch them. I'm going, this seems like very complicated. And so I've been doing that. So you've got time on your hands.
I mean, why not start the entire Marvel Cinematic Universe from the beginning?
Yes.
It's only like 48 hours worth of TV watching.
Yeah, you know, and I've got the time to do it, so it's been enjoyable.
Yeah, we actually started because we were just talking right here, Danny. We actually started the entire Star Wars saga, and it took us about 2 days to get through, including all the Mandalorians. So
yeah,
I feel you,
those
brother.
were fantastic. My daughter's 21 and my son is 9. And so, yeah, we've done the Star Wars thing on many occasions. And then I tried to do it with my daughter. She was like, eh. I think we got through like the first 3 or 4.
More of a Star Trek fan. Well, I mean, dude, your career spans decades upon decades. Even before your appearance in Terminator 2, you were already a very successful working young actor. I want to ask just a little bit about in 1991, your appearance in Terminator 2.
Yeah.
Well, honestly, what's been your opinion of the entire Terminator franchise since Terminator 2?
You can be honest. I mean, it's got high points, it's got low points. I'm pretty partial to the one that I was associated with.
It's the best one. I mean, it helps when it's the best one.
right, for sure. But they're all. I mean, it's such a unique. It has like a relevance to it. Even as far-fetched as it is, it's, there's something that you go like, well, we're not that far from this, that I think people have always just sort of attached to. You know,
Skynet is practically a real thing right now.
it really is. It's kind of crazy.
We're
It's
3
kinda
days out
crazy.
of smart drones just flying around deciding who they want to bomb and who they want to.
Right. There was literally just like a drone flying overhead, like as I walked outside, and I'm going like, who's behind this? It's like probably
Nobody.
a nosy neighbor.
Well, I mean, let's talk a little bit about your role in Terminator 2. I mean, we're gonna deep dive on your entire career in the next 30 minutes, but Terminator 2. I mean, one of the greatest things I think about Terminator 2 is the relationships between all of the characters. The relationship between John and the machine, the relationship between John and Sarah, and the relationship between you and Ed Furlong's relationship was phenomenal. I mean,
it's you gotta tip your hat to Jim Cameron. I mean, the man knows how to tell a story, no matter what you do. And at the heart of every story is like relationships, and that's always at the forefront of all of his movies are these little moments that just sort of like bring you in.
So going back to the casting process, I mean, did you and Ed know each other before the film at all? Was there was the relationship something that they were really looking for in these two characters?
No, we met on set. I mean, went there and just sort of was there. I was actually on set quite a bit. There were so many days that I was there that they were like, you know what, we might get a chance to get to the ATM machine, or we might, I would do like maybe, one or two shots of like zipping up and down a street on a motorcycle, or just like little things like that. So we were on set in studio, in school studio, and just sort of like there I was there for quite a while. I was there for a lot of it. I was there the day that they launched the semi truck into the wash. So got to see, it was really cool to be a part of such a huge production and to be physically there, even though I wasn't necessarily in I guess I was in that action sequence, but not in that necessarily shot. But to watch something that huge and that big and just a setup for it and the anticipation as they're going like, all right, here, this is it, everybody, this is, we got one shot at this. So, is everybody ready as they, they do this huge stunt? It was pretty impressive to see. And I'm super blessed to have been there that day and just been a part of something that iconic and it was an amazing experience for sure.
So was that actually you and Ed on the dirt bike, or did they have a stunt double zipping around?
At times we did have stunt doubles. They were actually in a lot of, like I said, there was a lot of like sort of there and them like doing, because all throughout the San Fernando Valley where they were, there's these like sort of washes go everywhere. So no matter what they were doing, they always sort of had availability to like, knock out a little thing here, knock out a little thing there. And there was a couple of days that, even the stunt people were, because it's pretty like green and mossy, it's the drainage canal, so it's like, there was a few people dropping. There was it's hard to tell who was who, luckily I had that super mullet, which is very easily wiggable.
You were rocking that for several. So you're saying the all the trash and stuff down in the LA River wasn't put there by James Cameron. That was actual LA trash.
That's organic LA trash. Or as they like to call it, the Los Angeles River.
That's why they shoot so much in LA. There's just trash everywhere. You don't got to bring your own.
No, you don't have to set decorate or anything.
Well, Terminator 2, I mean, people probably know. I mean, that was actually one of Ed Furlong's first roles, but you had been working in Hollywood since you were just a babe. Just a small child. I mean, Different Strokes. If you Google your name, one of the first things that comes up is you on Different Strokes.
Yeah,
so Tell me a little bit about go ahead.
Yeah, that was 1984, I believe it was. I started singing country music when I was like in Oklahoma, where I'm from, at a young age, and ended up sort of through Mickey Gilley and Johnny Lee and the sort of like soundtrack and performers from like the Urban Cowboy movie, ended up sort of getting like hooked up with them and ended up coming to Los Angeles to do something with those guys, and ended up doing an episode of Dukes of Hazzard. I had a manager that just kind of went like, hey, I've got a friend that's a casting director. Let's send you over. We're here for a couple of weeks. Maybe you get a commercial. I ended up doing like a Hot Wheels commercial and an episode of Dukes of Hazzard in that little, 2-week span. And then about 6-7 months later, came out to do some more stuff. Same sort of deal, another casting director, and ended up over at NBC with Different Strokes. And initially thought it was a guest. They told me it was a guest. I was auditioning for a guest role that was, Arnold was going to befriend this kid from school that was also adopted, and take this sort of big brother role. And then on a Friday, it was actually a Friday the 13th, I was sitting in the Howard Johnson's hotel and before cell phones. And there was they brought you have a message. And so they bring out a corded telephone to the table. And my manager sort of took this call and said, well, all right, well, you got the part for the Different Strokes thing, except it's a little different now. It's not a reoccurring role. It's the man is going to get married. She is going to have a child, and you're going to be a regular cast member. And I found out on a Friday. On Sunday, we took wedding pictures, and I started work on Monday. So it was literally like a snap of the fingers, and I was a regular cast member on a primetime television show.
And
lived for a year. Yeah, and lived for a year at the Sheraton Universal. So
phone cords and all.
Yes, right.
Well,
Landline and all.
There's no way we can sit around with Danny Cooksey. I know the fans and people watching the show at home would beat me senseless if we didn't talk a little bit about your Nickelodeon career. People don't quite realize. People watching now who are maybe under 30 years old don't quite realize the massive, crazy phenomenon of Nickelodeon in the late 1980s and in the late 1980s, early 1990s. The post you can't do that on television era of Nickelodeon with shows like your show Salute Your Shorts, Clarissa Explains It All, the whole Snick thing. I mean, Jesus guts. I mean, it goes on and on and on and on forever. What can you tell us sort of about kind of that time period? Well, first of all, Salute Your Shorts.
Yeah, that was another. I mean, you just sort of do these things. And I remember we were we filmed in LA. And we weren't really part of, I mean, we were, but we weren't. We didn't film in Orlando at the Nickelodeon studios. We were sort of this independent little production out in LA doing the show. And I remember it was probably in between the seasons. And cable was not sort of the juggernaut that it is today either. So I remember we went to Orlando to do some of their game shows and do an appearance at the Nick studios and stuff. And there was a school trip. And they started singing the theme song, and that was that moment that you go wow, I guess people are watching this, because like I said, cable wasn't necessarily cable. We just, we're sort of off on our own doing this little show, and that was that moment that you go wow, this is people are watching, people are actually tuning into this, and it was it was fun, man.
I mean,
it was a different experience, totally from what I was used. I came out of 4-camera sitcoms. That sort of single camera work where it's made like a movie where you do takes and takes. I was more out of that, 4-camera sitcom. We did 2 sort of almost like plays. We did it from beginning to end. If someone messed up, we went and, did it again, but not this. That was different because we was oh, we did that take. All right, well, what if we did this? What if we did that? From take to take, you really got to, sit and play and really take your time. It was a different experience, and it was a lot of fun. Yeah,
well, I definitely want to open it up to people in the live chat, guys. Our director, if you want to throw stuff up, but I got the most profound tweet the other day when somebody found out that you were there, and it struck me as insanely profound, the most crazy thing I've heard this entire time, and it's a specific episode of Salute Your Shorts. And it was it's almost art imitating life or life imitating art. I'm not sure. It's an episode of Social Quarantine between Bobby Budnick and I believe it was the Michael character, where there was a chickenpox episode, and you guys stuck indoors doing what we're all doing right now, putting together puzzles and hanging out together. I don't really have a question. Funny. It just struck me as funny.
That's funny. We were so far ahead of our time.
BA in the house asks, why did Michael leave camp early on? We got a lot of Salute Your Shorts fans in the chat.
I think you'd have to ask Eric MacArthur that question. I don't know what happened there. I know he had he was really busy with school and just a lot of things. That's not. I have no idea. I just sort of showed up and did my thing.
I'm sure there's probably going to be some romantic questions at some point in the chat room, but
oh boy.
BA in the house also asked, going back to Terminator 2 and the "You Would Be Mine" video, I think is what he was referring to. Did you get to meet Axel or Slash during "You Would Be Mine"?
No, but it was funny. The production had given me a cassette tape for those scenes, and it was Higher Ground by the Red Hot Chili Peppers and I Want to Be Sedated by the Ramones. And they were like, we just want to give you this just so you know sort of the music that's going to be in the background during these scenes. And I was like, all right, cool. I knew both of those songs really well. And then I don't know, it was a month, at some point later, I was given another cassette. And it was like, all right, we actually, Guns N' Roses, we're going to use this song from their from the unheard, long-awaited album. And I remember at 16, 17 years old going, I'm pretty much the shit right now walking around with an advanced copy of a Guns N' Roses song that nobody else has. So, that was pretty fucking awesome.
I mean, that bootleg tape, who knows who touched that bootleg tape before you did? I mean, Jesus, that could have been Axel's copy of a copy of a copy.
Right? Yeah, you never know where that came from. But I just remember being like, oh man, this is freaking awesome.
So you just sat there with your ghetto blaster on the back of a dirt bike and just started rolling down the LA River.
Charles, or blasting it in my car every day.
Charles Riley asks, can you share any experiences on the Idiot Box? Such a weird and awesome show.
It was, that show, that was another one that I had done. I'd met Alex Winter. I did the Bill and Ted cartoon at Hanna-Barbera. And just somehow I ended up, it was just like this sort of like, hey, you want to go do this thing? And the first one that I did, it was like a prank phone call and I got electrocuted. It was such a unique experience. And then another skit that I did over there, we ended up taping it on like the living room set of Beverly Hills 90210, and Ricky Lake and I played brother and sister, and we got into like this huge fight, and it was such a, it was so fun, and he's fantastic and just a great guy. And another thing that is just like, it's one of those, you just go, yeah, I had the amount of like just little experiences that I go like, man, that was like so happy to have been a part of something like that.
I imagine Alex Winter is just as nice as you are. You're like the nicest guy on the planet, by the way. We talked on the phone, and I was like, "Oh
thank you
God,
very much.
This guy's cool, man. This is the coolest dude."
Yeah, no, he was fantastic. It's so much fun too.
I want to talk a little bit about your voiceover work. As people may not be aware, I mean, you were Montana Max on Tiny Toons Adventures. We just got a viewer question from Lindsay Farms Kitchen. Writes, "You have a great voice. Have you done or plan to do any voiceover? Obviously, you have."
I have, yeah. I plan on doing that, and it was weird. I was really sort of. I've probably done more years of that than I did on camera work. I sort of stopped doing on camera stuff about 17, and because I had sort of picked up when I was younger, and sort of around the end of Different Strokes, started doing stuff as like the little kid stuff at Hanna-Barbera, and then did Tiny Toons, and it just sort of continued on. And it was just it's amazing that they pay you to do that work, because it's hardly working. It's you go in, you have fun, you make funny voices, you try to make people laugh, and an hour later you go home.
Yeah, we had Jeff Garlin on, comedian and actor Jeff Garlin on the show yesterday, and he talked in great detail about his work. He said his voiceover work and his work for Pixar has been some of his more rewarding work that he's ever really done.
It is so much fun. It is so much fun, and so sometimes you're there by yourself, and that's a whole thing. But it's great when you sort of have, like when we did Tiny Toons, it was pretty much a like group cast record a vast majority of the time, and to just sit and just watch these brilliant people as a group, and just it was an amazing experience.
That's so funny you say that, because we just got one from Shauna Lindsay. Says, "Love you, Danny. You've done so much voice acting. How does it compare to on screen?" Dude, you're like seeing these comments in the future, and I swear to God, if you people are watching this, he does not see these. He's answering questions that aren't even asked yet.
It truly is an amazing experience.
We got a question.
I've had some amazing ones.
Somebody on Twitter, they are very much into the Nickelodeon stuff right now. They asked about your appearance in Wild and Crazy Kids. I totally forgot about that show until I just saw this. Tell us about your experience in Wild and Crazy Kids.
Gosh, let me see. That was another one. It was weird. I had like worked so much and was doing so much. It was like these things seem like they pop up out of nowhere. And I'm sure there's probably some like, phone calls, and I think there was pre-email stuff that went before that. But it was like, I showed up at the Burbank Mall and I think I remember throwing like bean bags off like the top floor or something like that. And
not exactly the high point of your career.
Right. Yeah. Well, it was just like it was just a thing. I didn't really watch a whole lot of TV because I was like working. So it's like in retrospect, looking back, it's like I see all these comments about these little things that were sort of these one-off little, like, hey, you're going over here for a couple hours to do this thing. And it was like, okay. And then, you look back like, Hey Arnold is a perfect example. I did the voice of Stoop Kid. It was maybe a half hour's worth of work that I went in, I think, on like a lunch break and did. Yet it is one of the ones that I get like more questions and more people coming up going, you were Stoop Kid. And it was, it was just this like, little thing that I did that takes on this whole life of its own. And it's one of those, as an adult, I look back and just, it's these little pinch me moments of just feel blessed to be part of all of these little projects and things that people have attachments to.
You have lived the life, my man. I mean, you're a jack of all trades: television, movies, voice acting, and music. I remember back in the Salute Your Shorts days, guitar always played a very big part of the Bobby Budnick character. You had a band then, back in the Nickelodeon days. What's the music career looking like right now for Danny Cooksey?
I did working on another I did a couple of years ago. I sang for this thing called Shelter Dogs. You can find it on Spotify. It was like a benefit record for homeless and abused and sheltered animals. And so we put out a record, and we're sort of in the midst of working on another one. And I mean, I write stuff all the time, and just sort of putting one foot in front of the other and see what happens on the next day.
Yeah. Well, guys, go ahead and keep on getting those questions in the comment section. We only have I'd say about 3 more minutes left. So, oh man, I'm running out of things to even ask you about. It's a beautiful countryside behind you. I'll tell you that.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, it's it's peaceful here. I live I'm in Orange County, California, and it's a beautiful day. And
I saw on your IMDb. I'm not sure if you're allowed to talk about this new project you're working on, Long Gone Gulch. Is that something that is in the can? Is that something you're shopping around?
No, it was I think they're shopping it around. We did it was a few years ago that they sort of I did the voice on that, and they're doing their thing, doing the production. It's funny, you do all these little things, and then every once in a while they'll be like, oh yeah, you remember that thing you did a while back? Yeah, well, it's starting now. So for the next like year and a half, every Tuesday, this is where you are. It's funny.
Yeah. That's crazy how Hollywood works like that, man. So, I mean, we gotta wrap it up. We got a short commercial break we got to do before we get into our next panel. But I mean, where can people find you? What's some things you're working on right now? And we did get a question, and this is a very interesting one from BA and House. Says, what's your favorite episode of Salute Your Shorts?
Oh man, I really enjoyed the doing the one where Kirk Bailey and I, who played the counselor, sort of switched places for a day. That one I think was my favorite. That was a lot of fun to do.
I got a question. Okay, this one just popped in my head, and I'm really excited about this idea I just had. Has there ever been any ideas or pitches for a Salute Your Shorts reboot with Budnick as the camp counselor?
Yeah, that's been. I mean, I wouldn't necessarily say it was like within production type of circles, but I've definitely, there's been a few fans and people that have walked up going, I've got a great idea. I was like, me as the counselor? I've heard it.
Yeah. Oh, but you want us to make Goonies too.
You're right. If Nickelodeon is listening, though, it sounds like a good idea to me.
It's a phenomenal idea, and it's pure gold. It cannot lose, guys. We need a resurgence of the Nickelodeon of the 80s and the 90s.
Absolutely gold.
Last question says, since you worked so much as a kid, did you go to public school at all?
Yeah, I mean, different periods. I went for a few months here and then a little bit there. Not really, not really. Most of the time I was sort of working, and when I did, I went to a couple of private schools that were for I went with other actors and sort of
So not unlike
younger
children of
athletes.
today.
Yeah, no, not anything like that.
Well, we're
The last couple of years, I actually tried and then went, this is just too much. I was so used to it being such a small, just bang and get it over with that, yeah.
See, if you were going to school these days, you could be doing it all online, like every
Right?
single kid in 2020
I know.
right now.
And now suddenly I've become a homeschool teacher.
Yeah, well, guys, Danny, I cannot thank you enough for being on the show. I can't wait
thank
to
you for
invite you
having me.
back to future Mainframe Comic Cons. I got so much stuff we get in and talk about. So we got our last comment. It's not even a question; just says awful waffle.
That's right.
Can't end it.
We don't even know what it was. It's like the briefcase from Pulp Fiction.
Yeah. So guys, stick around. We got one more panel here at Mainframe Comic Con. So we're gonna have a short commercial break. Danny, thanks a lot for being here.
No problem, brother. Thanks for having me.
All right, we'll be in touch, man. All right, guys, we'll be right back with Steven Siegel after this commercial break. Check it out.
Hello, everyone. I'm Christian Gossett, speaking to you today on behalf of the Hero Initiative, where myself, Jim McLaughlin, Joseph Michael Linsner, and a cavalcade of yet-to-be-announced comic book stars are putting together something really, really awesome that's never been attempted. We're really looking forward to telling you guys more about it, so please stay tuned. As always, everything we do will benefit the great cause that is the Hero Initiative.
You know, I cannot echo those sentiments anymore, guys. So I just want to remind you, Mainframe Comic Con is a 100% for charity telethon. You just saw that commercial for the Hero Initiative. What they do, they are a nonprofit organization that helps out comic book creators in need, comic shops in need. Pretty much, they're the ones helping out the industry that needs the help the most. So, guys, head on over to mainframecomiccon.com. Wherever you see that donate button, click on the donate button. We're going to give money to the Hero Initiative and as well to Direct Relief, who gives money to COVID-19 charities around the world. Everything from facial coverings to food banks, they do it. So head on over to mainframecomiccon.com. And if you want to buy one of these t-shirts, 100% of our Stay Home Nerd Out t-shirts, all the profits are going to go to these charities. So please take a second. We've only got one more panel left of Mainframe Comic Con. So to help us with our final panel, I want to welcome back Mr. Ryan Smith. Ryan, you there?
I'm here. What's
Phenomenal
up?
job, by the way, on the Tim Rosen interview. We've gotten such great feedback from that one.
I can't take credit. That guy is he's a treasure. And
you absolutely
I feel like
crushed it.
We need to start the Tim Rosen as Wolverine movement.
I think that's already a hashtag. I think I've already seen it out there. So I know you want to do a deep dive real quick on the Steven T. Siegel. So I'm going to let you have it, man. Have
Thanks,
a good
sir.
show.
Awesome. Hi, everybody. Just waiting on Steven to hop in. And, oh, there he is. Steven, welcome.
Hello.
Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for coming to Mainframe Comic Con. We really appreciate your time, obviously. First, I want to say, how you doing? You know, what's new? What's going on with you during quarantine?
You know, it's a crazy world we're in for a number of reasons. Many of your guests today have already talked about it. It's a time to stay safe and stay at home and look at the world around us. There's a lot we need to address, so I'll leave it at that for the moment.
Very poignant. I appreciate that. I see a lot of board games behind you. Is that what you've been spending your time on?
You know, I have a few board games, a few thousand. That's actually a Ben 10 Monopoly. Me and my friends created Ben 10, and they made a Monopoly of Ben 10 in Australia. And somebody, super fan, was kind enough to send that to me. And I loved Monopoly when I was a kid, so I keep it there. So when I go up to work, my desk is right above me here. I'm like, Ben 10 was on Monopoly at some point. It's crazy to me, crazy.
That's got to be how you know you've made it, when one of your properties gets made into a Monopoly board, right?
I didn't think such things were possible, so it's kind of awesome. How are you doing?
I'm doing very well. Thank you for asking. My wife is very pregnant, so that's our big news. Is we're waiting on that, but
very big news. We just became foster parents, and that's been super exciting. 3 weeks ago in quarantine.
that's amazing. Congratulations. Do you have fatherly advice for me?
I would ask the kids. I bet they have some from me.
That's okay too.
Who does? When do you do? When is it coming?
Any day now. My wife is 37 weeks, so fingers crossed everything's good.
If it happens during this interview, I'll just start reading from my book or something. You just go. Just go.
That is the most perfect segue I could ever possibly imagine. So you are the writer of Get Naked, which I have a copy of. And I got to say, at first glance, the artwork is gorgeous. I absolutely love this style. Is that something that you targeted specifically, or did you have samples to go off of, or how did that work out?
None of the above. I actually teach at a school in Denmark called the Animation Workshop.
Absolutely.
For your university, they have 3 majors. They've got computer graphics, they've got animation, and they have graphic storytelling, which here in America we call comic books. And most of the time, I'm invited over there by the 2 kind of head teachers involved with the graphic storytelling sequence, Peter and Eric. And I teach like world building, or I'll teach writing. They have mostly artists as teachers. The whole school is taught by visiting professionals. And for years, I've just thought I would love to do a comic book that is essays, because I like essays. I like David Sedaris. I like Spalding Gray, when he was alive, was doing performance essays. And I always wanted to do that in comics. I'm very experimental in my comics. I wondered, would this survive? Could not figure out what they should look like at all. So I definitely didn't have an art style in mind. But then I think it was Matt Bors, who does a great site called The Nib, was working with these same students, and they did journalistic comics. And I was like, that's what a graphic essay should look like, almost, with a few tweaks. So I pitched the school. I just said, what if I write all these essays, bring it over, we'll do it as an assignment, see what they come up with. And if it's great, I'll ask Image Comics to publish it. And if it's not great, it was a great assignment for school. And they did these stories in this exciting book in 10 days. They did a page a day for 10 days. And after 10 days, the book was done. And I was like, this book looks fantastic. We've got to publish this. And Eric Stevenson was kind enough to go, yeah, let's do that, even though we had no idea who would buy a book of comic book essays.
It really does look beautiful, though, and I'm very excited to sit down and finish it. It's gorgeous done. It seems like you've got some underlying messages. I'm sorry.
I just said that ain't going to happen because you're having a baby in 12 hours.
I mean, I assume that the baby will sleep at some point. We'll see. But anyways, back to the book. It seems like you've got some underlying messages there, and they're beautifully illustrated and written, obviously. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, of course. Well, so the essays was what I wanted to do first, but then I thought, well, how do you get anybody in America to pick up a book of comic book essays? So I thought, the cover has got to either say, murder, sex, or nudity on it somehow. And I don't have any good murder stories of my own. Well, I have one, but it's not enough for a book. I'm not going to tell my sex stories until I'm just this close to death. And it left me with Get Naked. And I thought, well, I'm never naked anywhere because I'm an American. So what would that be? And then I started thinking, well, there was that one time in Japan. Okay, I guess I was naked in the Czech Republic for that thing. And when I went to Berlin, they made me get naked at this pool. And I was like, wait a minute, how many times have I actually gotten naked all over the world? And the answer is pretty much everywhere all over the world, and not in the US. And so that became what the book is really about. It's like the US used to be a lot more naked than it is. Then it stopped. Why did that happen? And why is it the rest of the world isn't so hung up on it in the way that we are? And is there room to change that? So there are 19 essays drawn by 19 different artists, students from the Animation Workshop, all in different styles. They're all international artists. They're from different places in the world. And each one of those is kind of looking at this transformation of me as somebody who never gets naked to somebody who surprisingly isn't naked for this interview.
Well, I mean, I don't know that you're wearing pants. I assume that you are, but all right. Well, that's great. I want to talk a little bit more about the school. How did you come up with this idea? And I mean, was there a lot of funding involved? I mean, this is crazy. I can't even fathom starting up a school.
I did not start the school, so if it sounded like that, not at all. No, it's the Danish government funds the animation workshop. It's in the middle of a place called Jutland, which is the less populated part of the country. It's really in the middle of nowhere, and it's some old army barracks that they converted. They take 20 students a year in animation and computer graphics, and only 20 students every 2 years in comic books. So it's a very small school, but it's extremely focused as a result of that. Like, the town shuts down at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and school gets out at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. So there is nothing to do but work on your drawing skills, your storytelling skills. And they turn out some incredibly talented students. You know, their short films are constantly winning animation festivals. Their comic book students have all got stuff published for the most part. It's very impressive what they do. And I used to be a college teacher in the US, had to give that up when the cartoons and the comics took off. So I love to teach, but I can only kind of sneak away for a week or 2 weeks a year, and that's what they let me do there. So and how I got there was Teddy Christensen, who's a Danish artist that I've done a bunch of graphic novels with, like It's a Bird for DC, our Superman book, House of Secrets, which we did for Vertigo back when there was a Vertigo. He taught there, and I think he recommended me, so they brought me over, and I was like, I love this place. Can I come back every year? And so far, they've let me.
Oh, that's a very nice door to have open. Let's transition a little bit into the comic book side of things then. Obviously, you've been up for Eisner Awards. You're, storied writer. What is something out there that you have not yet contributed to that you would like to in the future?
That's a fun question. I don't know what the answer to that is. I'm secretly talking to Matt Wagner, who's an amazing writer, cartoonist, about an existing character for one of the big two that we have an interest in, which I didn't think I would ever say those words again. I love those characters. Like, I always wanted to write Daredevil, but I think later in my career, I realized what I love is Frank Miller's Daredevil and Brian Bendis's Daredevil. And I don't know that I have anything to say with Daredevil myself. What I want to talk about is Get Naked or, ghost juries or whatever. And I think unless I have something really personal I need to say that a blind lawyer superhero is the way to do it, I'm not going back to any of that stuff anytime soon. I'd much rather make up something new. I'd much rather, work in TV and animation and some of the other stuff me and the Man of Action guys that I'm partnered with do. And the big characters, to me, just look like me kind of going fan service. I'd rather read somebody else who's really, really got something to say through those characters than just kind of go, I'm doing 10 issues of whatever. So if I had to answer you in this moment, I'd say Daredevil. But as soon as I say that, I go, I don't know what I would do.
That's okay. Everybody has those that it's not that they're scared. It's just, what do I have to say about this? I've followed this character my entire life, and how could I put a different spin on this? So please don't feel bad about that. That's a great answer, actually, very well thought out. So let's talk Ben 10 a little bit. It's what I'm curious about, honestly, is it's been a little while since we've had a Ben 10 video game, and I see that you've worked on some video games. I feel like the time is right for another Ben 10 video game.
There was, and I hope I don't get, fired, sued, or whatever for this, but I believe there was a new Ben 10 video game announced about 3 weeks ago. So there is a new Ben 10 video game in your future. Please don't tell you the platform or the name, because I don't remember. The interesting thing about cartoons is we're always so far ahead. They take so long to make that we'll talk about a story idea tomorrow, and that episode airs 11 or 12 months from now. So we're always living a year in the future of these things, and my brain for what has happened and what has not happened is always inexact. But you will get a new Ben 10 video game shortly.
So what's it like? Obviously, you're the creator of this. What's it like to see someone else take your ideas and kind of run with it?
Awesome. No, that's always fun. Man of Action. So it's Joe Kelly, Joe Casey, Duncan Rouleau, myself. We all met doing the X-Men. We all kind of transferred over to Superman as the years went by in terms of comics. And then after Superman, we kind of got into animation. And our first thing that we ever made up was Ben 10. And right off the bat, we were like, oh, cool. It's really easy to sell an animated show. But none of us had any experience in animation. And so Cartoon Network's like, you're not running this show. You don't have any idea what you're doing. And we were furious, but it turned out they were correct. We had no idea what we were doing initially. So we did some writing, and we did all the development. Obviously, we made it all up. But it took a couple of years before we went oh, this is how you do animation. And, you know, now we executive produce all of our stuff. We work on some of the shows full time. Some of them we just consult on. But I think I started by watching somebody else play with our toys. And we also come from comics. I did the X-Men for 2 years. I did Alpha Flight. I did Sandman, Mystery Theater over at DC. I did Superman. I played with other people's toys. And I think that, fandom is all about, I want to respect what came before, and I want to add my piece to it. And so I love when people get to add their piece to Ben 10. Our storyboard artists on the new version that's on Cartoon Network now are actually the writers of that show. We do springboards, we do conceptual development, we'll figure out the arc of the season and, give notes on all this stuff, but they're the ones who actually write the dialogue and pace the story out. So we get to see that every week when we have a storyboard reviews, several of them each week. And it's totally fun because it's a different brain thinking about the same stuff in a different way. And you're like, I wouldn't have thought of that. And that's why it's awesome.
So that's interesting. You've been on both sides of, hey, this is my baby, and also this is someone else's baby. Do you get nervous when you take over something like Alpha Flight that's already kind of an established property, and you then take it and build new stories?
I think with Alpha Flight, nobody seemed to care at the time, and that was the first thing I did at Marvel when I went to Marvel to do comics. And Scott Clark, who is no longer with us, great artist, was on the book, and I had worked with him before, and he didn't have a writer, and he was like, please come do this with me, we work well together. And it really felt like it was just so under the radar I could do whatever, and I had zero nerves about it. And so I wrote the first issue and the whole series actually in second person, which is the you voice. You wake up, you have coffee, you go to school, because I'd never seen a comic written in that voice. So I was like, I wonder how that's and a lot. Sure.
You still there, Steven?
There, I see you now.
Oh, sorry. I thought I missed you. I thought I lost you there for a second. Glad you're still here.
I did lose you for a second.
I'm sorry about that. So let's move a little bit into the Big Hero 6 universe. So obviously, Man of Action had a big hand in creating this. What can you tell me about where we stand now with maybe some future properties?
Absolutely. Do you mean what's happening next with Big Hero 6?
Yes, please.
That's not discussable. So the series is on still.
Sure.
Great. And in a weird twist, everything's always how small is this universe? But the director of the Big Hero 6 cartoon was actually my upstairs neighbor in my first LA apartment when I moved back I think we lived in the same building for 5 years. And then wound up becoming the guy who, is the director of the show, Nick Philippi, which is crazy. And then also weirdly, the first season of that show, half the animation was produced at that animation school in Denmark where I went. They have an offshoot where people who graduate start businesses, and one of those businesses did the Big Hero 6 cartoon. So a weird little world. Disney keeps everything under wraps. Nothing is ever allowed to be discussed until it exists. But I hope for more and great things from Big Hero 6 because they're totally great characters. A weird story about that, though, is that they didn't know we had made it up. So we were doing the Spider-Man cartoon for Marvel and Disney. And we had these big story break rooms with Jeff Loeb and Joe Quesada and all of the Man of Action guys and all of our writers and a bunch of Marvel people. So Bendis was there, Paul Dini, lots of people in this room. But we couldn't use any of the Spider-Man villains because they were tied up in the Sony deal. So we'd go to break stories and we'd be like, okay, the Vulture, no, you can't use the Vulture. Oh, okay, great. The leader from the Hulk, well, no, there's something going on with the Hulk. And so we'd spend half of our day figuring out who could not be in a Spider-Man cartoon. And it became such a running joke that we would all walk in to each new story break and go, Wood God, or some really obscure Marvel character from the trenches. And one week, Duncan, who drew the Alpha Flight comic with me, and we kind of co-plotted it. So he and I had made up Big Hero 6 for that book. As a joke, he said, okay, Big Hero 6 shows up, and the room just went deadly silent. Jeff Loeb's like, what do you know about Big Hero 6? I was like, well, I know we created it. Come out in the hallway. And learned, there was a Big Hero 6 movie already in production. After that, they were extremely nice. Don Hall brought us in, showed us everything they had done. We showed him all the origination stuff we had done. And it was weirdly in sync. Like when you talk about other people playing with your toys, we only did the first Big Hero 6 Alpha Flight comic. There were a couple that followed. We had nothing to do with those, other than we had given our Bible and our stuff to Marvel because they had asked us to do the series. We didn't have time. And in a weird way, the reinvention that Disney did came back to a lot of what we had. You know, the thing that totally is unique to the movie is inflatable Baymax, which is brilliant and I love. So if they're going to add stuff like that, it's like, keep adding. That's great.
So Shauna has a question. Do you think that a live action Big Hero 6 could work?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you know, the Marvel Cinematic Universe, if it proves nothing else, proves that if you do it right, you can make any of this stuff believable. I thought Thor would not work as a movie. I was like, I'm never going to buy that. But you do buy it. You know, Iron Man, I was like, okay, I get the CG of that. Rocket Raccoon, who thought that would be convincing?
Nobody.
No. But it is. So I think, Shauna, absolutely any character can be made to work in the age where we saw the Avengers movie actually before it was finished, before they'd done any effects, because we were doing an Avengers cartoon for Marvel and Disney at the time. And they were like, you want to see the rough cut of the Avengers movie? We're like, yes. They brought us in, and it was literally just the actors and green screen and grids as far as the eye can see. And it was still really entertaining. And I was like, well, what's this going to be like when it's painted and illustrated and finished in CG? And the answer was even more fun. So in that world, I think, yeah, you could make those characters sing in live action. And I would love to see it. How about you?
I mean, I'm just picturing someone in one of those, you know, like the inflatable sumo suits that people wear for Halloween, but they're Baymax instead. I think that'd be brilliant.
There's some company, I think it's Japanese, but I'm not entirely sure, that makes those suits with fans for Baymax. And almost every convention we go to, there's some guy who's walking around in the hall blown up, and people love that squishy Baymax character. Like they're always just mauled with love, which is great. That's really a tribute to how good of a character that film created.
I mean, he's too lovable. So when you're creating something like that, or I guess transposing it to film, is there a secret to making a character super lovable?
Well, you know, the funny thing is, like, when the Disney machine of Big Hero 6 started, everything I read was like, Big Hero 6 was a blank slate. And I kept going, it was not a blank slate. It was a pretty full slate. And that's why when we got to talk to the director, Don, it was interesting to compare notes because, you know, for them, it was like Baymax is the deceased brother's living embodiment. And thematically, you create your own family. In the comic, it was his dad. We had Hero build his dad. He lost his father. He wanted to replace his father. He built a robot and embodied it with everything he loved about his father. So thematically, it's really exactly the same. But the squishiness, like just the ability to grab balloony Baymax, makes him over the top lovable. Like in ours, he had the battle armor that's similar to the, and then he was his butler. He was not a nurse. He was a servant, basically, which I don't know what kind of kid turns their dad into a servant, but I'm sure it's our futures both coming up.
No doubt.
You know, similar stuff, different connectors, but it's just back to your original question. It's fun to see other people extrapolate on the toys and find better things in them.
Okay, so let's get back to Get Naked a little bit. If you wanted to, I guess, sell someone on this, like what is the hook for this?
There's a lot of hooks. The main hook, the way the book starts is the first essay is about this idea, which I tell people and they go, what? And it's true as far as I can tell. But back when I was in high school and junior high, you always heard, oh, when you get to high school, you got to take your clothes off for gym class and swim naked. And I was like, there's no way that's true. It turns out that's true up until about 1979. Not everywhere, but a lot of the US, guys swam naked in swim class. And guys swam naked at the YMCA. And guys swam naked at public pools because guys swam naked in lakes and riverbeds. And back in the 40s, when public pools, you know, kind of came into their own, you couldn't take fabric into water because the filters couldn't take it. And because people were just stripping down and going skinny dipping anyway, it was no big deal. It just wasn't a thing. And that lasted kind of the last, if you research this, which I did for the book, kind of the last vestige was in the Minnesota, you know, that kind of area of states. And then it just kind of went away overnight. There are letters to Dear Abby where it's like, Dear Abby, my teenage son doesn't want to swim naked in gym class. And Abby's like, oh, get over it. Everybody does that. It's not a... And then you read Dear Abby a year later and she's like, well, he won't have to because that doesn't happen anymore. And then like 5 years later, it's like, oh, no, everybody wears a swimsuit. And so there's this migration away from that. And strangely, only for guys, not women. When women were given the permission to swim in school, which also didn't always exist, they were always suited. So it's like, oh, what's going on there? So that story alone is worth checking out the book. But then it gets even weirder as we go. There's BJ bars in Japan are discussed. There's me getting pulled off of a flight in Munich, Germany by security and taken away in the airport. There's a kind of a zombie story set in Helsinki, Finland, where the sun never goes down and people love their death metal music. And all of these somehow keep dovetailing around me winding up with no clothes on. So that part I understand is the least appealing part of it. But the kind of cultural exploration of weird things that go on around the world and pivot off of getting away from being naked, I think makes it unlike any other comics. Nominated for the Eisner for Best Humor Publication, lost to an awesome book. Nominated for Best Short Story, also lost to an awesome writer. So I don't win the Eisners, but you know, if you like something nominated, Get Naked is for you.
That's okay. It's an honor just to be nominated, right? So we've got a couple questions in the chat. First of all, we had a question that was someone's son wanted to know who your favorite Ben 10 alien was.
Ooh, I love Heat Blast. Heat Blast is one of the original 10, currently voiced by Daryl Sabara, who's a buddy, the Spy Kid from Spy Kids, among many other illustrious things. But for some reason, I love the attitude. I love the design. The original Dave Johnson design was so cool. The new designs are great. John Fang. Heat Blast is my answer. Now I want to know who theirs is, but I guess we can't ask questions back.
We'll try to get that in the chat. Don't worry. We have Dan Wixman in the chat talking about Get Naked and saying it's a fantastic book, obviously. And we talked a little bit about this, but how did you decide which artist to pair up with which story? Or was it kind of, hey, here's my story, you go run with this?
Thanks, Dan. Awesome. Awesome question. The answer is I was a little freaked out. I was like, why am I taking all these stories about me getting naked to these students? That's going to be weird. But they're funny. It's a funny book. I think people say they laugh at it. And when I read it out loud, people laugh. Today actually is supposed to be the Hollywood Fringe Festival. And I was going to perform not the whole thing, but a lot of it as a show. But that's, of course, delayed in the pandemic culture that we're in.
Sure.
But I read them all. So I sat them all down on the lawn. It was one of the few times in Denmark where it wasn't snowy or dark. And we sat outside and I read all 19 of them, one after another. And then I just said, which one do you want? And there were only 3 people who wanted the same ones, and everybody else wanted a different one. So it kind of solved itself, and I just didn't worry about it. I used to be very controlling in terms of how I worked with artists. I'm trying to just let that all go. I think the universe solves it better than me fretting about it. So they picked, and it worked out.
Okay. I've got one final question from Elise, and then I promise I'll let you get back to your day. What is the difference between writing something like a graphic novel versus producing a script for a cartoon? I mean, do you have the kind of same visionary process, or is it completely different?
Okay, the shortest way to answer that I can think of is to say a couple of things. So one is it's all visual storytelling. So you've really got to think about the idea that it's being converted into image. You don't need to do all the work of converting it into an image. That's why you work with artists. That's how their brain is wired. But you do have to go, okay, I can't have 17 things happen on a page of a comic, or I can't have 500 locations in an 11-minute animation. You know, you have to understand the limitations and the flexibility of the form, and you've got to think as you're writing that somebody else is going to be living in those limitations. But you don't have to say, start with a close-up of my nostril and then show me my lips, unless that's really central to the story for some reason. But trying to let that go and let the artist be the one who envisions that, but thinking in a visual head so that you're giving them stuff that can be envisioned, great. The other thing I love to say about script writing, though, for comics especially, but also for animation, is like for comics, you're only writing a script for that artist. The world is never going to read your script. So you don't need to make it all fancy. You need to make it exactly what will keep that artist motivated to get through drawing 20 some pages of whatever in a month. Because that's going to take them a lot more time than it's going to take you to write it usually. For animation, it's the same thing. It's like the slug lines are telling the director, here's how many locations there are. The action is telling a storyboard team, here's what needs to happen. The character name is telling a casting director, here's who I need you to hire. And the dialogue is telling an actor, here's what I need you to say. So you're writing 4 or 5 or 6 scripts for different people who have to do a job. And you need to really think about what each of those parts of the script is doing and help them do their job faster, easier, more efficiently, better.
Okay, that's great. Well, we're just about out of time, and I do want to give you one more chance to plug anything that you might be working on, even if it's just Get Naked. Everybody go out there, read this book. I promise it's absolutely gorgeous, and it tells some very funny stories.
If you're an adult, pick up Get Naked, give it a read. It looks like this. If you have kids, which I now do, pick up Camp Midnight, which I do with Jason Katzenstein. There are 2 volumes, also through Image Comics. It's about a mouthy girl who winds up at a camp for monsters, even though she's the only human kid, and is trying to figure out if she should try to pass the monster, which is not genuine, or come out as a human, which may be dangerous. So thematically, weirdly resonant to our times in some ways, but kids will just have a great time reading it, and they're a lot of fun.
Well, Steve, thank you so much for your time. You've been so generous, and thank you for being uber creative and putting really cool stories out there. We really appreciate that.
Thank the world for that, because I don't have a job unless people let me have that job. So my thanks goes the other direction.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, and best of luck with everything. And Chuck, I'm going to kick it over to you.
Thank you so much, Steve. Thank you, Ryan. This was absolutely, I couldn't think of a better way to wrap up Mainframe Comic Con 2.0, or as we've been lovingly referring to it as Mainframe 2 Electric Boogaloo. Steven, thanks so much. Ryan, this has been so much fun. I just want to take a second right before we wrap and thank all of the very special guests that we had here at Mainframe Comic Con. Very special thank you to our director, Chad. Thanks to all the guests generously donated your time. And Steven and Ryan, thanks for being here, guys.
It's been a pleasure.
All right.
Wow,
So
you did a great job.
thanks, man. As we wrap this up, guys, we just want to remind everybody, head on over to mainframecomiccon.com. It's not too late to click that donate button. All the money that comes in via the donate button goes directly to COVID-19 relief and the Hero Initiative. So there's still time to head on over to mainframecomiccon.com. Also on the website, you're going to see if you missed any of the shows, any of the amazing celebrity interviews that we did this week, you can find them streaming on the live video page of mainframecomiccon.com, plus some of the really awesome interviews from Mainframe Comic Con #1. So lots of great stuff, guys. We're doing Mainframe again. We can't say much more than that, but the Mainframe train is going to be running well into 2020. So, guys, thanks so much for watching Mainframe Comic Con. Leave us comments, follow us on social media, find out when our next event is, and that's about it. No, by the way, if you want one of these stay home nerd out t-shirts, head on over to the mainframecomiccon.com website. Under the shop page, you can purchase a t-shirt, and 100% of the proceeds of all t-shirt sales are going to go to the Mainframe charities. So that's about it, guys. Thanks so much for sticking around for 2 days of fun here at Mainframe Comic Con. Check us out on social media for the next one, and have a fantastic life. Stay safe, stay healthy, stay happy. And we'll see you guys all next time on Mainframe. Goodbye.